were pleased to hear that everything was almost all right here.
So you adhered to what the SOP was there. You followed that SOP.
Yeah, we followed all the norms or and SOP of NTA. In fact, I've been with NTA for a long time, and we always adhere to all the norms of NTA.
So, but there has been talk about tampering with the packing of the question paper. So, what was the tampering? Can you explain it for our viewers?
Let me explain this through this example. Normally, the trunks that contain QPs, I mean question papers, it has 7 layers. At the final booklet,
What are the layers like?
the first layer is the cardboard that is pasted on the iron boxes, and it is covered with tape. Okay, that was all right. The second layer is the trunk itself with 2 locks. One digital lock that opens itself at a designated time, and the other is a lock to be cut and opened using a saw presented there. The third layer is a big paper bag that is sealed. The next layer is a tamper-proof envelope.
Meanwhile, the Gujarat government has decided to hand over investigation to the alleged multi-crore NEET paper leak case or the cheating scam there to the CBI. In fact, on your screens there are the CBI team in Godhra, which landed in Godhra. They went to meet the local police there, from whom they had to take over the documents related to the case. Now, the center of the political storm surrounding irregularities in the NEET exam was Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, who faced slogans raised by the opposition on the floor of the House when he went in to take oath as a member of Lok Sabha. In fact, the visuals on your screen there show Mr. Pradhan walking towards the Lok Sabha podium amid chants of NEET and shame, shame from the opposition benches. This even as the Youth Congress, in fact, held a protest in Jantar Mantar in the national capital over this issue. Let's take a look at some of the top political reactions coming in from Parliament over this.
कौन-कौन मुद्दे उठाएंगे 18वीं लोकसभा में?
पहले तो जनता का धन्यवाद, जनता को जो समझदारी से मतदान किया और इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन जो हुआ है उसके लिए जनता को धन्यवाद।
लोकसभा में आपके विपक्ष की बात करें तो दूसरी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है,
तीसरी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है। अब लोकसभा में सवाल किसान के और गरीबों के उठेंगे। ठीक, गाड़ी कहाँ है आपकी? ठीक, जाने दो।
अच्छा, एक चीज बताइए, नीट का मुद्दा को लेकर आप लोग क्या?
देखिए पेपर लीक कोई नई चीज नहीं है। आप पुराना भी उठा करके देखेंगे इतिहास, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकारों में पेपर लीक हुए हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश में ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल निकल करके आया था, जिसमें करोड़ों लोगों के साथ अन्याय हुआ। आप सोचिए, जहां आप इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहे हो, डिजिटल इंडिया की बात कर रहे हो, दुनिया के सबसे तरक्की के रास्ते पे ले जाने की बात कर रहे हो, वहाँ पेपर लीक हो रहा हो। आप पेपर लीक जानबूझकर करा रहे हो जिससे नौजवानों को नौकरी और उनका आरक्षण उनको न मिल जाए।
ये कह रहे हैं कि नीट का जो हुआ है ये लोकलाइज मामला है, जो कार्रवाई करने की
नहीं होता है। आप इसीलिए मैंने आपसे कहा, मेडिकल और इस तरह की परीक्षाओं का पुराना इतिहास उठा करके देखिए, बीजेपी की सरकारों में कई बार पेपर लीक हुए हैं।
जांच पूरी तरीके से चल रही है और जो भी दोषी होगा, सरकार कतई नहीं भाग रही। हम लोग के पास छुपाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, हम लोग खुद चिंतित हैं। मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने सबसे पहले संभवतः ये बातें इस तरीके से सामने भी नहीं आई थी, तब से उनकी चिंता है। सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स से बात चल रही है, भले वो पेपर लीक का मामला हो या फिर जिस तरीके से ग्रेस मार्क्स देकर कई छात्रों की चिंताएं बढ़ी हैं, इन तमाम विषयों को ध्यान में रखा जा रहा है। जाँच एजेंसी भी अपने स्तर पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। जो भी दोषी होगा, भविष्य में ऐसी घटना ना घटे, इस बात को सरकार सुनिश्चित करेगी।
What kind of reforms do you think the NTA needs at this point?
See, the thing is to uphold democracy. The voice of the opponent parties are much louder and voluminous this time, and it's a minority government. So, particularly regarding the those 3 criminal laws which are named in Sanskrit, it has to be repealed. That was the major issue raised by our Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, as well as by our alliance also. Also, the cancellation of the NEET examination and the ugly way in which all the exams are being held out. So the government is accountable for that. So all these issues our alliance will rake it up.
Absolutely. And pro tem speaker, the government is saying that it's a non-issue.
See, it's been stated very clearly that our Honorable Suresh is the 8th time winner parliamentarian. So it would have been given to him.
We'll be slipping into a short break at this point. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग तोड़ भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Welcome back. Now, JP Nadda, the BJP chief, has been appointed as the leader of the House in Rajya Sabha. Along with holding the post of the BJP president, JP Nadda, remember, is also the Union Health Minister and Minister of Fertilizers and Chemicals. He's been appointed as the leader of the House in place of Piyush Goyal. So clearly an elevation there and more responsibilities being given to JP Nadda. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Akhilesh, who's joining me from the newsroom. Akhilesh, so this is an elevation of sorts for JP Nadda, in fact, more responsibilities being entrusted on him by the BJP?
That's correct. He currently holds the charge of the BJP's national president, though his term has ended in January this year, but he was given an extension for another 6 months till the end of this month. So, of course, the BJP has to find a replacement as far as the national president post is concerned. But we have reported that in the meanwhile, Mr. Nadda may be asked to continue till the 4 state assembly elections are over by the end of the year, and to assist him in day-to-day working, a working president can be appointed by the BJP. In the meanwhile, he has been inducted into the Modi Council of Ministers. He has been given 2 important portfolios, health and family welfare, which was earlier with him in his first tenure, and also chemicals and fertilizers. And apart from that, he has also been given a big responsibility by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as he has been appointed leader of the House in the upper house, replacing Mr. Piyush Goyal, who is now a member of the Lok Sabha. And Mr. Nadda will, of course, be entrusted with the responsibility to oversee the government's business in the upper house, where the government does not have majority. If we talk about the numbers so far, the NDA has 105 out of 230 as far as the present strength, and which is short of the majority. Of course, if you include the nominated members, 7 nominated members are there and 1 independent, still the NDA is short of the majority. So Mr. Nadda's task is very crucial as far as the upper house is concerned.
Right, Akhilesh, thank you so much for joining us with that update. Now, the first session of Parliament after Lok Sabha elections began today with the newly elected MPs, including the Prime Minister, taking oath. As we saw that there are several MPs, in fact around 280 of them who took oath today. Now, just ahead of the Parliament session, Prime Minister in his briefing outside the new building hit out at the Congress, recalling the emergency era. PM in fact said that the emergency era is a blot on democracy. Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge meanwhile hit back at the Prime Minister, saying that the PM himself was in fact undermining the constitution, and how long will he keep talking about the same issue over and over again. Remember, the opposition, the India bloc members rather, led a protest march up to the Parliament today, holding up a copy of the constitution, saying that the government is targeting constitution.
लोकतंत्र को पूरी तरह दबोच दिया गया था। इमरजेंसी के ये 50 साल इस संकल्प के हैं कि हम गौरव के साथ हमारे संविधान की रक्षा करते हुए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं की रक्षा करते हुए देशवासी संकल्प लेंगे कि भारत में फिर कभी कोई ऐसी हिम्मत नहीं करेगा जो 50 साल पहले की गई थी। साथियों, सदन में सामान्य मानवीय की अपेक्षा रहती है डिबेट की, विजिलेंस की। लोगों को अपेक्षा नहीं है कि नखरे होते रहे, ड्रामा होते रहे, डिस्टर्बेंस होता रहे। लोग सब्सटेंस चाहते हैं, स्लोगन नहीं चाहते हैं।
क्योंकि देखिए जो आक्रमण प्रधानमंत्री जी अमित शाह जी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर, संविधान पे कर रहे हैं, वो हमारे लिए एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है, वो हम होने नहीं देंगे। इसीलिए हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ओथ लेते हुए हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पकड़ा था। हमारा संदेश जा रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को कोई शक्ति नहीं छू सकती है। धन्यवाद।
Time for us to head into a short break. Stay tuned with NDTV for more news updates.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's digital news report.
Welcome back. Now, Mamata Banerjee has written letters to the Prime Minister claiming that Bengal was not consulted while the centre in fact inked new pacts or new agreements with Bangladesh. This, of course, comes in just days after Sheikh Hasina, the Bangladesh Prime Minister's visit to India. Mamata, in fact, in her letter wrote that she was upset over being left out from the India-Bangladesh talks. In that letter, she's asked why was there no involvement of the state, why was there no discussion in which Bengal government was involved when it comes to Teesta, sharing of, the Teesta link between Bengal, West Bengal and Bangladesh. In her letter, she's also mentioned the NEET fiasco and said that there's a need for a thorough and impartial probe on the NEET issue. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, take us through the main highlights of this letter.
Well, this is along expected lines, and yesterday we had reported that sources had told NDTV that the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, would be writing a letter to the Prime Minister over the agreements or the announcements on certain agreements that have been made during the Prime Minister of Bangladesh's visit to New Delhi. During the weekend, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina had visited, and there were two key agreements. One is, of course, the Farakka Water Sharing Pact, and the other is, of course, the Teesta Water Sharing Pact. Now, on these two, there were announcements of India moving forward. And also, remember, the Farakka agreement has to be renewed in 2026. It ends in 2026. Now, why is the Farakka so important? And that's because, remember, water that is diverted to the Hooghly Channel from the Farakka barrage is responsible for the draft at the Kolkata port, Haldia port, and all of these issues, and water supply to all these settlements along the river Hooghly, which is, of course, one of the oldest industrial belts in the country. And this is, of course, something that Mamata Banerjee has highlighted that these have been unilateral and the Bengal government has not been consulted. Now, when it comes to the Teesta, again, you know, there are several dams that have been built in Sikkim. And also, what has happened is Mamata Banerjee says that the waters of the Teesta are being held at these dams. And also what she's saying is that there is not enough water to share with Bangladesh, given that the needs of North Bengal region are largely fulfilled through the waters of the Teesta. Now, in this context, she's written a letter to the Prime Minister. It's a very strongly worded letter. She says also that we do share a close relationship with Bangladesh geographically, culturally, and economically, and she loves and respects the people of Bangladesh and wish for their well-being. But she also says that, you know, there is of course the change in river morphology, and also she said that, you know, the main issue is that finally she ends the letter with, it is to convey my strong reservation that no discussion on sharing of Teesta water and the Farakka Treaty should be taken up with Bangladesh without the involvement of the state government. Because remember that these are waters that largely impact Bengal, and that's something that Mamata Banerjee is identifying in this letter to the Prime Minister.
Saurabh Gupta there, thank you so much for joining us with that. News now from the national capital and the Supreme Court's big decision amid the killer heat wave in Delhi. Supreme Court has proposed for a tree plantation drive, in fact asking the Delhi Development Authority whether it is possible to implement the Tree Protection Act in the national capital. Let's take a look at a reaction coming in from Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj on this.
सब लोग कह रहे हैं इसका एक कारण है, वो है क्लाइमेट चेंज, मौसम में बदलाव, और अगर कोई इससे दिल्ली को और उत्तर भारत को बचा सकता है तो वो है हमारे पेड़। पेड़ बहुत जरूरी है। ऐसे में दिल्ली के अंदर अगर थोड़ी बहुत हरियाली बची है तो उसका एकमात्र कारण है हमारे कोर्ट्स, खास तौर पे भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट।
I'm joined by my colleague Tanushka for more on this. Tanushka, a very significant observation coming in from the Supreme Court. In fact, it has asked a very direct question to the Delhi Development Authority, asking them whether it is possible to implement the Tree Protection Act in the national capital. Take our viewers through the significance of this, the fact that we have recently reported how just from the data we got from 3 hospitals in Delhi, it showed that scores of people were being hospitalized because of during the heat wave, and how several deaths and casualties had already taken place.
Right, yes, exactly, Tanima. With the relentless heat wave that has been gripping the national capital ever since May at this point, this comes as a big move from the Apex Court, where they've taken so motu cognizance of the heat wave situation and directed not just the Delhi Development Authority, that is the DDA, but also the MCD and the NDMC to carry out and start with a massive tree plantation drive across the national capital. And they have also directed the DDA to study the Delhi Preservation of Trees Act as of 1994. To study this act, that they will next be hearing a report based on this from the DDA in the next hearing. This is what the Apex Court has directed in terms of the heat wave. What is interesting to note in this hearing is that this hearing was on a petition regarding unauthorized felling of trees in the Ridge area. Now what Delhi Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj raises the concern is that there were 1100 trees that were cut in the Ridge area without the permission of the Supreme Court. He also brings to note that the Supreme Court's permission is necessary to cut any trees in the Ridge area, and he mentions that this was done despite, you know, the lack of permission from the Supreme Court side. He said that the Delhi Lieutenant Governor went ahead, as he's also the chairman of the DDA, went ahead with the felling of trees, felling of these 1100 trees, and this was brought to Supreme Court's notice by an NGO. And when they raised questions to this, the DDA went to the court seeking for permission, whereas the trees had already been cut down. And the Supreme Court took note of this and, sent out a criminal contempt of court to the DDA's Vice Chancellor as they went ahead with the felling of trees without a permission from the Supreme Court. So this is what Saurabh Bhardwaj also claims, and he says that all of this happened under the observation and the involvement of Delhi Lieutenant Governor, and that he raises the question that how is it possible that this sort of a felling of trees is happening in such climate change conditions, with such heat wave conditions. This 1100 trees that were just cut down without the Supreme Court's permission. So in cognizance of this cutting down, the Supreme Court is now launching this massive tree plantation drive across the city.
Right. We will, of course, be getting more aspects on that hearing as well. Tanushka there, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, stay with us as we continue to bring more updates from the national capital. And it is day 4 of Delhi Water Minister Atishi's hunger strike. In fact, LNJP doctors visited Atishi and advised her to get admitted, get hospitalized. But the water minister has in fact refused hospitalization and continuing with her hunger strike. BJP, meanwhile, remember, has already called this a drama by the Aam Aadmi Party and said that the Aam Aadmi Party is only looking for reasons to end the unshan. Take a look at the reaction coming in from BJP on this.
अपना एयर कंडीशन अनशन समाप्त करने के बहाने ढूंढ रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता। इनको जाना चाहिए जहां पानी की लीकेज हो रही है उसको ठीक करने के लिए। लगातार पानी सरप्लस आ रहा है, लेकिन पानी की चोरी नहीं रोकेंगे जी। 3-3, 4-4 मंत्री खड़े होकर बोलते हैं, लेकिन पानी की चोरी, पानी की कालाबाजारी और टैंकर माफिया पे एक शब्द नहीं बोलते। लेकिन दिल्ली की जनता इस सच को समझ चुकी है कि अंततः आम आदमी पार्टी के भ्रष्टाचार के कारण दिल्ली में पानी की कमी है।
Right. Tanushka still with us. Tanushka, take us through, first of all, what's the health update as far as Atishi is concerned, and has Aam Aadmi Party given any sort of a reaction to this taunt by the BJP?
Right, yes. Atishi's health concerns at the moment is that, after the doctors from Lok Nayak Hospital visited her and conducted a check of her current health condition, what they have advised is for her to get admitted to the hospital immediately, as her health is deteriorating significantly. Over these past 4 days, Delhi Water Minister Atishi's blood sugar and blood pressure levels have decreased drastically, and her ketone levels have increased, in fact, which is very harmful for the body in the long run. So taking these things in note, the doctors have advised for a hospital admission of Atishi, which she has denied and refused to, because what she says is that she will not get up from her unshan, from her hunger strike, unless Delhi gets its rightful share of water, Yamuna water, from Haryana. And today marks the 4th day of her hunger strike. And what we also know from the doctor's report is that her body weight, which was at around 66 kilograms at the beginning of this indefinite hunger strike, has come down by 2 kilograms and has come down to almost 64 kilograms. So these are the health concerns that are surrounding Atishi, Delhi Minister Atishi, right now with respect to her, sitting on this hunger strike which is a protest for Delhi, for Haryana to release water to Delhi. As far as Aam Aadmi Party's reaction is concerned on the BJP statement, what one can say is that the political war of words continues on the water crisis in Delhi. On one hand, the BJP is claiming that this is, a water theft, a deliberate water theft on part of the Aam Aadmi Party, whereas Delhi Minister Atishi claims that Delhi is still short of 100 million gallon of water per day from Haryana. So she says that unless this water capacity is matched up, she will not get up from her hunger strike. Back to you.
There's, of course, politics over the water crisis in the national capital amid as Delhi faces a scorching summer. Thank you, Tanushka, for joining us with that. Breaking update coming in, the bulletin. Delhi High Court is going to pass its order on Arvind Kejriwal, on ED challenging Arvind Kejriwal's bail. Remember, ED had in fact moved the Delhi High Court challenging the bail which has been granted by the trial court to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And this is significant since it comes on a day, this information is coming on a day when the Supreme Court has already said that it will not pass an order till the High Court does so. Let me go across to my colleague Ishika for more on this. Ishika, we've seen the Supreme Court actually saying that it will wait for the High Court to come out with an order with regards to ED's petition before they actually take a call on Delhi Chief Minister's petition. So there's back-to-back petitions coming up in the court. But first of all, we already knew that the Delhi High Court is going to take up the matter tomorrow, but now there's clear information that there's going to be an order on Tuesday.
Well, yes, Sonama, as you very rightly said, we had already seen that, the day the hearing was going in the Delhi High Court regarding this ED, in fact, posing the regular bail report to Arvind Kejriwal. Now, in fact, there is a development there that the court, in fact, is now going to pass an order tomorrow on this, on this petition by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, while the hearing was going on, Enforcement Directorate had opposed this regular bail, saying that no evidence, no documents given by the Enforcement Directorate was considered by the trial court while giving regular bail to Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, they also said that they have enough evidence against Arvind Kejriwal, and also Arvind Kejriwal in his individual capacity have demanded 100 crore rupees, and also his party using the proceeds of the crime in the election campaigning. So these were the evidences that Enforcement Directorate went on to say that they had, but the trial court did not, in fact, take it into consideration while passing that regular bail. And today, in fact, Sonama, as you very rightly mentioned, we saw that Supreme Court saying that they are going to wait for the High Court order, and now it has become very clear that tomorrow at around 2:30, High Court is in fact going to pronounce the order whether or not will it stay the regular bail or on Arvind Kejriwal. So certainly all eyes now will be on that. Over to you.
Right. So this is, of course, the matter of Kejriwal's bail still being on hold. Ishika, if you can quickly take our viewers through what were some of the points being raised by the Enforcement Directorate in their, while they were in fact presenting their case in front of the High Court in the last hearing.
Well, Sonima, in fact, certainly it was a very interesting hearing that went on, because the Enforcement Directorate, while opposing the regular bail to Arvind Kejriwal, had said that their note, their document, their arguments, nothing was considered by the trial court. In fact, they also said that the observation made by the trial court while giving regular bail to Arvind Kejriwal, saying that there was no direct evidence against Arvind Kejriwal, is a wrong statement. They said they have enough details, they have enough evidence. They also said they have evidence regarding the funding, they have the documents, and nothing of this was considered while giving the regular bail to Arvind Kejriwal. So on these grounds, Enforcement Directorate was in fact, asking for a stay on the regular bail on Arvind Kejriwal's, regular bail. So High Court is tomorrow now going to pronounce the order. We'll have to wait and watch if this goes in the ED favor. Will High Court in fact stay, put a stay on the regular bail or not? Because it is certainly the top court which is also now waiting for the High Court's decision before, proceeding with the hearing.
Right. So important update there coming in. The High Court is going to deliver its verdict as far as the Enforcement Directorate's petition challenging the bail to Kejriwal is concerned. Remember, the Supreme Court, of course, was hearing Kejriwal's petition earlier today, challenging this very petition by the ED. So a lot of legal updates coming in as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. But shifting tracks now to one of the top stories that we are focusing on, and that is on the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy, which has claimed nearly 60 lives so far. But there's also politics over the Hooch tragedy now, which has emerged. In fact, the BJP chief there has written to Congress president today saying that it's time for Congress to actually walk the talk on Nyay. BJP chief JP Nadda, in fact, in that letter to Mallikarjun Kharge, said that Congress has remained stoically silent on the Hooch tragedy, but when it comes to certain issues, people should rise above party lines. That was the letter which has been written by JP Nadda to Mallikarjun Kharge. Meanwhile, on the other hand, AIA-DMK, in fact, protested in Kalakurchi district today. Kallakurichi, remember, is the district where this Hooch tragedy has been reported. AIDMK boss E. Palanisamy led the protest there, and he has demanded CBI probe on this entire matter.
What kind of opposition is this? What kind of governance is going on in Tamil Nadu? Congress-supported DMK-led government is killing people. They are part of the nexus between the government, DMK party leaders and the illicit alcohol mafia. Tens of people died last month in the month of May. Again, 58 people died last night. There is no action taken. Your excise minister has not been sacked.
In the video, திமுக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகுதான் கடந்த 3 ஆண்டு காலத்திலே தமிழகம் முழுவதும் போதைப்பொருள் நடமாட்டம், போதைப்பொருள் விற்பனை, கள்ளச்சாராயம் அதிகரிப்பு, கள்ளச்சாராய குடித்தருடைய இறப்பு, இதை நாம் பார்க்க முடிகிறது. அதையெல்லாம் வெளிச்சத்துக்கு கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்றால் சிபிஐ நீதி விசாரணை வேண்டும், சிபிஐ மூலமாக விசாரிக்கப்பட வேண்டும்.
Tanima, the key opposition, the AIADMK, which was routed in the recent Lok Sabha elections, has picked up this particular issue to turn the heat on the ruling DMK. And today the AIADMK took to the streets across Tamil Nadu demanding the resignation of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. And this protest at Kallakurichi was led by the AIADMK boss and former Chief Minister EPS himself. And he says the ruling DMK has not learnt any lessons even after the tragedy that took place last year in another part of Tamil Nadu that killed 22 people. And this is a sign of incompetence by M.K. Stalin, and he also alleges that the police is not under the control of the Chief Minister and he has to step down. And as we speak now, 57 people have lost their lives, more than 100 are being treated, and around 10 people have been arrested, including the people who sold the illicit liquor on the ground in that village, and also another person who allegedly supplied methanol through illegal means. And the DMK has denied these allegations, saying that the Chief Minister had immediately took steps by suspending the SP and a few other police officers in charge of enforcement and transferring the collector and the ADGP in charge of enforcement, and also has constituted a one-man inquiry commission under a former judge to identify the causes and to recommend measures to stop this. And the DMK says the AIADMK doesn't have any moral authority to criticize or comment on this particular issue, saying that even when they were in power earlier, a few ministers and even the state DGP then came under the scanner for the Gutka scam at that point in time. But politics aside, Tanima, on the ground people are really worried, because in this particular village they say the officials and the police were in the knowledge of what is happening on the ground in terms of sale of illicit liquor, and they allege connivance between officials and the alleged bootleggers, and they want stern steps to be taken to eradicate this. And lastly, even the Madras High Court a couple of days ago had some strong observations asking the government whether any lessons were learnt, and they have directed the government to give an action taken report, hearing a petition filed by the AIADMK seeking a CBI probe.
More breaking updates coming in from the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has in fact pulled up DDA officials, Delhi Development Authority officials, over tree cutting, felling of trees in the Ridge area. In fact, remember the Supreme Court had been hearing this matter continuously, in which there was they are in fact looking at an instance of 400 trees almost being cut in that particular part of Delhi, and Top Court has in fact issued contempt notice to top DDA officials, also asking, was the permission for felling of trees, did they get it from the LG office? Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya for more on this. Aishwarya, this has been one of the key hearings which the Supreme Court has been looking at as far as the green cover in Delhi is concerned. They have already asked several terse questions to the Delhi Development Authority, and today in fact a contempt notice has been issued to the top DDA officials. Take us through the main takeaways from the Supreme Court today on this matter. Right, so we'll try and reconnect with Aishwarya further on this, but this is about Supreme Court and the issue of trees which were cut in the ridge area of the national capital. Remember, around 400 trees almost in fact had been cut in that area. Supreme Court had already issued notices to Delhi Development Authority on this matter, but now a contempt notice has also been issued to top DDA officials. We'll keep tracking that story for further, but for now, we'll be heading into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all.
In fact, remember that there are 3 individuals at the moment who are under the scanner. There's HD Revanna, of course, whose bail is being opposed by the SIT. There's Prajwal Revanna, who is currently in judicial custody. His judicial custody has been extended further, which means he continues to spend time in jail. His bail hearing was supposed to be taken up by the Karnataka High Court today, but that has been adjourned. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the CID has got custody, 7 days custody of Suraj Revanna, who has not been booked in the obscene videos case, but in a separate case of sexual assault. So in this particular case, of course, the 2 JDS leaders, HG Revanna as well as Prajwal Revanna, still under the scanner of the SIT as far as the Karnataka sex crimes case is concerned. And Suraj Revanna also, in fact, being probed in the sexual assault case. My colleague Pratibha takes us through all the legal updates.
This is with respect to the first case of rape that was filed against Prajwal Revanna there, and the orders have been reserved for 26th of June. And of course, even though the consequence of this bail would not really provide a sigh of relief or turn out to be a setback for Prajwal Revanna, because Prajwal Revanna will still have to tide over 2 other cases. Remember, in all, there are 3 cases that have been registered against Prajwal Revanna. As far as his custodial interrogation goes, the SIT just completed the custodial interrogation with respect to the 3rd FIR that was registered against him, which ended today, and his judicial custody, which initially was to end on July 2nd, has now been extended till July 8th. This is as far as Prajwal Revanna is concerned, but there is also setback in terms of his brother Suraj Revanna there, who was arrested yesterday and was remanded in judicial custody for 14 days, and now the CID has taken over the case and has also sought custodial interrogation of Suraj Revanna there, which has been granted by the court there. So until around July 1st, Suraj Revanna will be in the custody of the CID there, and further details would emerge in terms of the sexual assault case that you have already mentioned there. As far as HD Revanna's bail plea is concerned, the SIT has challenged this, and the matter has been adjourned to today, and now the matter has been postponed or posted for Friday as far as this case is concerned. So a lot of action as far as the legal procedures are concerned for the Revanna family there, and further details in terms of the investigative procedures are also being closely watched at this point in time.
Shifting focus now, and Gautam Adani, the chairman of the Adani Group, addressed the annual general meeting of the group today, in which Gautam Adani, while delivering his address, in fact said that India is now a force for stability and not at crossroads of destiny. In fact, he also talked about the challenges faced by the group in the past 1 year, but said that the challenges have only made them stronger and more resilient.
Dear shareholders, with our record results, robust cash positions, and the lowest debt ratio in our history, our path ahead is illuminated with the promise of even greater accomplishments. The possibility before us are immense. We are stronger than ever, and our best is yet to come. हम करके दिखाएंगे. Thank you. Jai Hind.
With that, it's a wrap on the show. Keep watching NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings...
Politics takes center stage on NEET exams mess as 18th Lok Sabha session begins. Opposition protests and chants NEET slogans as Dharmendra Pradhan takes oath as Education Minister. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav says this is not the first paper leak under BJP regime. Prime Minister Modi's emergency attack against the Congress. Prime Minister says that emergency was a black spot in India's democracy. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge hits back at the Prime Minister and asks, how long do you want to rule talking about this? Trouble mounts for the Revanna family. CID gets 7-day custody of Suraj Revanna. SIT in fact challenges HD Revanna's bail. High Court is set to hear that bail plea. Prajwal Revanna's judicial custody extended as well. The NEET probe net spreads. First arrest made in Maharashtra. One person arrested in Maharashtra's Latur. CBI carrying out a multi-state probe into the NEET mess. Another accused is being questioned and arrest likely. Supreme Court takes cognizance of Delhi's killer heat wave. The top court bats for Green Act in the capital. Supreme Court asks DDA, how can Tree Protection Act be implemented? And the Union Food Secretary's exclusive interview on NDTV. Government, remember, imposes stock limit on food items. The Food Secretary says that curbs were made due to suspected hoarding and that vegetable prices likely to fall shortly. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Osama Shah. Our top story at this point of time. The first session of the Parliament after the Lok Sabha elections. It began today with the newly elected MPs, including the Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking oath. Prime Minister, in fact, hit out at the Congress and recalled the emergency. Prime Minister said that the emergency era was a blot on India's democracy. He also added that people want substance and not slogans. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, in the meanwhile, said that the Prime Minister is undermining the Indian Constitution. Rahul Gandhi also targeted the Prime Minister and said that the government is targeting democracy.
संविधान के लीरे लीरा उड़ा दिए गए थे, देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया था, लोकतंत्र को पूरी तरह दबोच दिया गया था। इमरजेंसी के ये 50 साल इस संकल्प के हैं कि हम गौरव के साथ हमारे संविधान की रक्षा करते हुए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं की रक्षा करते हुए देशवासी संकल्प लेंगे कि भारत में फिर कभी कोई ऐसी हिम्मत नहीं करेगा जो 50 साल पहले की गई थी। साथियों, सदन में सामान्य मानवी की अपेक्षा रहती है डिबेट की, विजिलेंस की। लोगों को अपेक्षा नहीं है कि नखरे होते रहे, ड्रामा होते रहे, डिस्टर्बेंस होता रहे। लोग सब्सटेंस चाहते हैं, स्लोगन नहीं चाहते हैं।
In fact, as the first session of the 18th Lok Sabha began, several leaders of the opposition India bloc, they staged a protest in front of the Gandhi statue in the Parliament, holding copies of the Constitution. Now, in a video that Congress Parliamentary Party Chief Sonia Gandhi, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Party Leader Rahul Gandhi, as well as TMC's Mahua Moitra, they can be seen protesting. The leaders, they held the Constitution copies in their hands and they raised slogans.
मंत्री जी इधर अमित शाह जी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर संविधान पे कर रहे हैं, वो हमारे लिए एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है, वो हम होने नहीं देंगे। इसीलिए हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ओथ लेते हुए हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पकड़ा था। हमारा संदेश जा रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को कोई शक्ति नहीं छू सकती है। धन्यवाद।
संविधान को बचाने के लिए हमने जो कोशिश की थी उसमें सारी जनता हमारे साथ दी, लेकिन मोदी जी संविधान को तोड़ने की कोशिश किए। इसीलिए आज सभी पार्टी के नेता लोग एक होकर ये जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर जो गांधी स्टैचू थी और वहीं पर हम प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। मेरे बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की वहाँ थी और गांधी जी की यहाँ थी, यानी हर नॉर्म्स को, डेमोक्रेटिक नॉर्म्स को तोड़ रहे हैं। इसीलिए आज हम ये दिखाना चाहते हैं, भाई मोदी जी आप संविधान के तहत चलिए।
हमारे मांग है कि देश का संविधान को रक्षा करना। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड चले आएंगे, कभी सेकुलरिज्म संविधान में रहे कि ना रहे हम लोग नहीं पता है। हमारे भारत बांग्लादेश में एग्रीमेंट होते हैं, वो पश्चिम बंगाल के सरकार को बुलाते नहीं, एक तरफा सब कुछ कर लेते हैं। तो हम लोग चाहते हैं कि देश का संविधान की भीत मजबूती से रहे।
And my colleagues Aishwarya Jain and Sunil Prabhu, they join us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, to you first. It was an eventful first day of the Parliament. Prime Minister there recalling the emergency, but he also in fact stressed on protecting democratic ideals of the Constitution. Please sum up the day in Parliament for us.
Well, certainly many would have thought that there could be a face-off between the opposition parties and the government on the election of a speaker, but it all started with pro tem speaker, with opposition parties clearly had stated that the government has gone beyond the rules, and they have appointed Mr. B. Mehtab as the pro tem speaker, to which the India bloc leaders who were in the panel of the pro tem speaker, they had decided to boycott and not to assist Mr. Mehtab, and that's where we have seen that they were standing along with the opposition leaders who were protesting at the Gandhi statue today morning, and they had clearly stated that they wanted to save Constitution, and therefore the reason every opposition leader they was seen today at the Gandhi statue inside the Parliament complex holding the Constitution of India copy. But it was Prime Minister at the beginning of the 18th Lok Sabha stated that there should be substance and not and there should be the opposition which should be constructive enough, and a smooth Parliament session is expected because a lot of work needs to be done for the country to take it forward. The Prime Minister also had reminded that how emergency had completed at 50 years, and that period had gone to now the period of developed India, and to make India a developing country by 2047, efforts are being needed, just not from the side of the government, but a constructive opposition is also needed. But there was a protest that was staged up by the opposition parties to save Constitution. Several leaders came out and stated that they had the Constitution copy in their hand while they took oath as the Member of Parliament. Of course, we have seen the leaders from Anurag Thakur to Kangana Ranaut to first-time MPs taking oath today for the 18th Lok Sabha. But certainly it was a fiery session. Of course, on one side it was the opposition parties demanding the high-level committee to be established to investigate the NEET row. On the other side, it was Bharatiya Janata Party who also asked questions from the Congress president on the entire Hooch tragedy which occurred in Tamil Nadu.
All right, Sunil Prabhu also is here with us. Sunil, the opposition, they also came out all guns blazing, while the Prime Minister, he talked about protecting democratic ideals of the Constitution. The opposition, in fact, protested holding the Constitution copies during that march.
That's right. I think for the first time, as you rightly pointed out in Parliament history, that, there was no bipartisan approach towards the pro tem speaker. I mean, a real clear sign of disapproval. The opposition, led by T.R. Balu, Sudhir Bandyopadhyay, K. Suresh, the senior most member, refusing to take oath as, to assist the pro tem speaker in what is supposed to be a normal elementary convention. And because there was a breach of parliamentary convention, the opposition and the India Alliance bloc have made their presence felt loud and clear to the government that don't take us for granted. We are not going to be mute spectators. And they showed that even though the statue was removed from the present position by the speaker without following parliamentary norms of a committee which is usually set. Having said that, they have walked with the Constitution of India to make it clear, loud and clear, that they stand by the Constitution. These are initial days that clearly the government has to walk a tightrope. They don't have a single, the majority on its own, the BJP. It is a National Democratic Alliance. It has its alliance partners, and they will have to work together with that 290 on various issues that they can progressively work. I think the first test is the speaker. As you are well aware, there is a speaker's post and there is a deputy speaker's post.
Yeah.
In the last election, the deputy speaker of the parliament was not constituted. And the Constitution very clearly, which they were holding up, says there shall be a deputy speaker. But the government of the day decided to ignore the concept, which is a provision, which is mandatory, that there shall be a deputy speaker, but for best reasons known to them, there wasn't. And it's in that context that the opposition is saying that we need our deputy speaker, we need a commitment from the government if you want to have a bipartisan approval of the speaker, whoever the government would like to nominate.
All right, Sunil Prabhu and Aishwarya Jan, thank you very much for getting us and summing up that day, the first day of the newly elected 18th Lok Sabha there. And JP Nadda, he was appointed as the leader of the House in Rajya Sabha. Now, along with being the BJP president, JP Nadda is also the Union Health Minister and Minister of Fertilizers and Chemicals. He has been appointed as the leader of the House in place of Mr Piyush Goyal. Now, Nadda's name as the leader of the House, it had appeared on the Rajya Sabha website. And at the center of the political storm surrounding the irregularities in the NEET exams, Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, he faced NEET slogans raised by opposition MPs as he took oath as a member of Lok Sabha, which met today the first time after the elections. Visuals of the House proceedings showed Mr Pradhan walking towards the Lok Sabha podium amid chants of NEET and shame from the opposition benches. News now from Maharashtra, where police in Latur has filed a fresh FIR. 4 people have been booked and 1 has been accused. Accused has been arrested. Now, this accused, Jalil Pathan, he has been sent to police custody till the 2nd of July. These accused also include the 2 teachers, is what we are reporting at this point of time. Now, the case of cheating and conspiracy has been filed against these people. The teacher, in fact, passed the students in exchange of bribe, is what the probe is suggesting. Now, Maharashtra gang, this entire Maharashtra gang was being helped by a Delhi-based accused. Now, Sanjay Jadhav, the other accused, who is also a Zilla Parishad teacher, is being questioned by the Latur police and is likely to be arrested in a few hours from now. And Radhika joins us to get us more details. Radhika, 1 arrest already made. Are we expecting another arrest in a few hours from now?
That's right. Another arrest likely in a few hours. 4 people have been booked by Latur Police Office. 1 person has been arrested, who is Jalil Pathan. In fact, he was arrested and produced before the courts today, after which he was sent for police custody till July 2nd. As far as the other accused is concerned, he is also a Zilla Parishad teacher. The one who was arrested was a Zilla Parishad teacher, and the one who is likely to be arrested in a couple of hours is also a Zilla Parishad teacher from Latur. He is being questioned at the moment, and there is another instructor/trainer who could also be arrested. He is at the moment absconding, and a Delhi-based individual who was in touch with all these 3 is another accused as far as this case is concerned. And now the FIR details have mentioned the role as well as modus operandi of several of these accused. They have said that the police have in fact said that several of these accused, especially the 2 who they questioned, were found with the admit cards/hall tickets of candidates in their phones. Online financial transactions were also recovered from them, apart from certain suspicious WhatsApp conversations. Police also saying that they had in fact gotten in touch with many of the candidate students, promising to give them answers as well as papers in return for money. What kind of financial transaction happened? What is the kind of money that we are talking about? That is a matter of investigation that is still being probed. But several of these transactions have been recovered online, and also WhatsApp conversation, and how the conspiracy itself, was made is also something that has been revealed by way of the material evidence that the police have seized. So at this point, 1 accused arrested, another likely to be arrested in a few hours from now, 2 more absconding, and there is a Delhi link to it, where all these 3 from Latur, Nanded were in touch with this man from Delhi, who was in touch with several other candidates as well. So there is a possibility that Delhi-based individual could be a mastermind in this case.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. In fact, NDTV spoke to the school principal in Hazaribag, which has also come under the scanner of authorities over NEET paper leaks. The Hazaribag principal, he confirmed that the question paper was tampered. He said that there are 7 layers of packaging and the tampering was done in the last layer.
See, talking about the investigation first, this investigation was being carried out by Economic Offence Wing, and now it's the CBI which has taken over the investigation. Hazaribag somehow is becoming the epicenter of the paper leak, and the EU suspects that it was Hazaribag actually from where the leak has happened. So they visited 3 places primarily. One was the Oasis school in Hazaribag, where there was that was one of the examination centers for the NEET examination. Second, the SBI main branch of Hazaribag, where the question papers were kept in the locker. And the third, the Blue Dot Courier office of Hazaribag. This was the courier agency which was actually supposed to carry this paper from Ranchi to Hazaribag. So the paper landed at Ranchi, and from Ranchi to Hazaribag to the bank locker, the responsibility was of this particular courier, the Blue Dart courier. So from 2 days we are showing this entire the chain on which the question paper has travelled, and the EU has investigated at all the 3 places. Now today NDTV was able to catch hold of Mr. Ahsanul Haq, who happens to be the principal of the school which was under scanner, and he was the man who was questioned by EU for 6 to 7 hours. Now he has made few very important revelations. One, that he's confirming that the question papers were tampered, and that tampering was detected by the EU officials in his presence. He was present there when the EU officials were able to detect that tampering. So where did the tampering happen, that we don't know. But here is somebody who is for the first time saying it on record, on camera, that the tampering has actually happened, and it's NDTV exclusive. So have a look about of the chit chat I had with Mr. Anwarul Haq, who happens to be the principal of the OSS school Hazaribag.
So first tell me, EU officials were here. So what all happened, sir? What were the questioning line?
So the EU officials arrived here on 21st of this month around 1:30 p.m. Okay, they asked about the exam procedure. They asked about they asked about the way we went to the bank and we got the question paper, the vehicles we used, and how we reached here. They asked if there was any abnormality. We cooperated with them and we answered everything they asked. Then they asked about the whereabouts of the unused paper booklets and the trunks that are kept with us. We gave all the answers that they asked, and ultimately they were pleased to hear that everything was almost all right here.
So you adhered to what the SOP was there. You followed that SOP?
Yeah, we followed all the norms and SOP of NTA. In fact, I've been with NTA for a long time, and we always adhere to all the norms of NTA.
So, but there has been talk about tampering with the packing of the question paper. So what was the tampering? Can you explain it for our viewers?
Let me explain this through this example. Normally, the trunks that contain QPs, I mean question papers, it has 7 layers. At the final booklet,
what are the layers like?
The first layer is the cardboard that is pasted on the iron boxes, and it is covered with tape. Okay, that was all right. The second layer is the trunk itself with 2 locks. One digital lock that opens itself at a designated time, and the other is a lock to be cut and open using a saw presented there. The third layer is a big paper bag that is sealed. The next layer is a tamper-proof envelope.
All right, breaking news coming in at this point. Congress leaders are arriving for a meeting in Jharkhand. This Congress meeting is on Jharkhand poll review, is what we understand as of now. Congress chief, Jharkhand Congress chief, Rajesh Thakur, he in fact came out and mentioned that this is a meeting with party chief Mallikarjun Kharge and party leader Rahul Gandhi. This is a meeting where they will discuss the good show that Congress has had in Jharkhand in the Lok Sabha elections, and what could have been done, what more could have been done is what is going to be discussed in this particular meeting. And he also mentioned that the tips given by Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, it helped the Congress in the performance that they showed in the Lok Sabha elections. And Sunil Prabhu joins us to get us more details. Sunil, this meeting, what is this meeting really about? Is this about the state assembly polls that is going to be held? And what all can be discussed in this particular meeting?
Well, as you rightly pointed out, this relates to in Jharkhand, the assembly elections, which are due shortly in October. And it's in that context that the Congress party, which is an alliance partner with the JMM and other parties, is doing a review about the situation. They won 5 seats this time round against the BJP getting 9 seats. And it's in this context that the Congress party will be speaking to its partners as well as to its own party units to see how many seats they will be contesting. There is an anti-incumbency factor which needs to be taken into account. There is Hemant Soren who's in jail. All those aspects have to be taken. Please remember, as you rightly pointed out, there has been an election that took place of the assembly immediately after Article 370 being abrogated in the parliament. And it's in that backdrop that in Jharkhand, the JMM Congress Alliance was still able to do well. And there have been a number of threats to the JMM Congress Alliance. Mr. Hemant Soren has been in jail, continues to be in jail. And definitely it's in this aspect we now will have to wait and see what the Congress has up its sleeve. But this is part of a review of meetings. Today is Jharkhand, then it will be Maharashtra. State by state, all the assembly elections going states, there is a full review being done and what needs to be done and how to go forward.
Prabhu, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Time now for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Welcome back. Continuing with our coverage of the paper leak in Uttar Pradesh, how the RO and ARO paper was leaked from Bhopal to Uttar Pradesh. We're trying to trace how the RO and ARO paper leak actually happened. It is said that 4 engineers, a printing press and a hotel were involved. How these engineers orchestrated the key paper leak, the prices of 12 lakh rupees were fixed from the aspirants is what we are understanding in Uttar Pradesh. The RO-ARO leak, 6 people have been arrested so far and further probe is underway. And Tanish joins us to get us more details. Tanish, could you explain to us how these engineers, especially, they orchestrated this key paper leak?
Well, Osama, Rajiv Nayan Mishra, one of the key masterminds, one of the conspirators of this whole sinister plan, was also a key conspirator in the Uttar Pradesh police constable paper leak case, along with Ravi Atri. Now, Rajiv Nayan Mishra is an engineering graduate, but has, of course, a history of crime, of such crimes. Now, Sunil Raghuvanshi, Vishal Dubey, Sunil Raghuvanshi and Vishal Dubey were classmates, and Sunil Raghuvanshi was, of course, working in the printing press from where the paper had actually been leaked. Now, when Vishal Dubey found out that his former classmate is working in a printing press, he contacted him and, of course, informed Rajiv Nayan Mishra, and then the whole sinister plan was, the whole conspiracy was hatched. And then Sunil asked for around 10 lakh rupees to get them the papers. Sunil asked for around 10 lakh rupees to get them the papers. Now, once the paper had come in for printing in the printing press, Sunil, under the garb of fixing a broken part of the printing press, took one of the papers out, and of course then informed Rajiv Nayan Mishra, Vishal Dubey, and Subhash Prajapati of that he has hands on one of the question papers. Now, again, a date was set, all of them met, and aspirants were arranged at a price of around 12 lakh rupees. Now, what actually caught them was the greed, because Rajiv Nayan Mishra, after the whole this cramming session took place in a hotel named as Hotel Komal in Madhya Pradesh, Rajiv Nayan Mishra actually forwarded these question papers to Ravi Atri, who is again, as I told you, the key conspirator in the UP Police Constable paper leak case, and that's when the paper got leaked. So essentially, all these four of them were engineers. Both of them all four of them had an engineering degree, and there were two other helpers, one from Bihar and one from Uttar Pradesh. Rajiv Nayan Mishra was previously arrested in the UP Police Constable paper leak case, and the rest of them were arrested by the Varanasi unit of the Special Task Force of the Uttar Pradesh Police. Now, this is where the first leak actually happened, and this is the main plot. Another leak also took place in a school in Prayagraj just hours before the examination. Right. So yes, 4 engineers were, of course, the main mastermind in this paper leak, and around 10 lakh students appeared for RO and ARO examination, which was, of course, later cancelled by the government. Yes. All right, Tanish Punjabi, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. Time for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra.
Well, it is a high-stakes battle between India and Australia ahead of the semi-final. can India knock Australia out of the Cricket World Cup? That's the big question going into that match, because Australia has dropped a match against Afghanistan, which was their previous match. No less than a win here, and also some equations going their way will take them to the semi-finals of the tournament. But in their way now are predicted showers in St. Lucia, though as we speak to you right now, things are looking bright and sunny.
Absolutely. And Rika, this is the second time that India is facing against Australia in a World Cup in just 7 months, in just a span of 7 months. And this is, everyone will remember how that November 19th match panned out. And everyone, including the players and the management, they would be hoping that they right the wrong this time around and send Australia packing and book them their place in the semi-final as well.
Absolutely, they will be hoping that the script is rewritten. So that's the weather forecast in St. Lucia at the moment. Overcast with occasional rain and thunder showers are expected on Monday morning, which is today morning, in St. Lucia in West Indies. Chances of rainfall between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Chances of precipitation, as they say, is 65%. The match begins at 10:30 a.m. Before we actually discuss on the match and what is it that we are looking forward to, let's go straight over to US, where we are joined by our guest, Dr. Nilesh Mehta, to talk about what the weather is looking like. Nilesh, are you in St. Lucia? What's the weather looking like?
Yes, good evening to everyone. I'm right outside the Darren Sammy cricket ground where India will be playing Australia. The weather is overcast, windy, the breeze is picking up. It has picked up, especially the last half an hour or so, but the sun had peeked through the clouds for a little bit, and my gut feeling is that the weather will hold up nicely for the match.
Right. In fact, there are, just to give a context to our viewers as well, Rika, there are no provision for a reserve day set by the ICC for this particular match, for the Super 8 matches. So in case this match is washed out, both India and Australia will get a point from this particular match. And what that means is that India will book their place in the semi-final as the group leader, and Australia will have to wait for that Afghanistan match to know
they will
what
actually
lies
have to wait for Bangladesh to beat Afghanistan to get into the semi-final. India has 1 foot in the semi-final. Let's go back once again to Nilesh. Nilesh, you are confidently saying that there will be a match, a full 40-over match today. That's right?
Like based on what I'm seeing from my vantage point, it is cloudy, but I would expect that there will be a match. It might be curtailed potentially because of some rain, but it's a India-Australia match, a very important match, especially for Australia, who are on the brink of potential elimination. So I think there will be a match.
Thank you very much. Do you go and enjoy the game? We will, of course, come back to you at the end of the game and seek those little nuggets from you and how you enjoyed at the stadium. Let's also go across to our cricket guest on the show at this hour, Abhishek Nair, who's also a former India cricketer. Abhishek, there are rarely these occasions when Australia is a cornered tiger. Australia is facing elimination. Tell us, immediately, having followed cricket for such a long time, what are the thoughts that are coming to your mind?
Well, I think whenever Australia is, have their back against the wall, you expect a good performance from them. We saw that in the World Cup against Afghanistan, where from a point of defeat, they managed to win that game, didn't start off well, then came back strong, went on to win the tournament. So you can't rule them out. They are a dangerous side. They are a side that has a lot of potential and power. So I think India would be wanting a game to happen so that they can, like you said, right the wrongs and get them out of the tournament, because you don't want a team like Australia entering the semi-finals, because in the semi-finals they have the experience of winning World Cups every single time. So you have the opportunity. I'm pretty sure India is ready to knock them out.
Also, just to give a context of India versus Australia in a World Cup, in a T20 World Cup tournament, India and Australia have faced each other 5 times, with India winning 3 times out of 5. The last time India and Australia came head to head, it was in 2016, where India won by 6 wickets. But that is a long time back, Abhishek. What are we expecting this time around? Because having listened to what Mitchell Marsh had to say post that Afghanistan match, it feels like it's a do or die contest for Australia, and they will want to turn up against India today.
Well, I think the message is loud and clear. They played like a quarterfinal. This is a quarterfinal of some sorts because, the winner takes all. So I think the approach will be aggressive. We've always seen Australia wanting to be aggressive, trying to take it on to the oppositions. I'm not sure the conditions will help them. If it is overcast, you will expect there to be something for the fast bowlers. St. Lucia is a venue where fast bowlers do get a bit of purchase. So it's going to be an interesting contest to see, which team sort of puts the foot on the throttle and tries to take this game home, because two aggressive sides, 2 sides that have chosen the aggressive route to go and play shots from the get-go. Just wait and watch as to which team comes on top tonight.
Abhishek,
Just before you ask another question, Rika, I just want to ask you, in fact, are you nervous? Are you a little nervous?
No,
because
not really.
it is India versus Australia in a World Cup. It always comes down to whether we are going to beat Australia in the T20 in the World Cup, and more often than not, we have seen that results haven't really worked in India's favor.
Yeah, no, if you ask me, no, I'm not nervous this time around, because it's not a knockout game for India. Even if India loses against Australia and Australia manages to win, India still will go through to the semi-finals. So not really nervous about that. But Abhishek, when we talk about these 2 teams, India and Australia, now looking at the 2 outfits, tell our viewers a little bit about which team has a greater intimidation factor.
Well, I think both teams are intimidated from each other, but by each other. But I think if you look at it from an Australian standpoint, they will be intimidated by the way India has been playing cricket in conditions where you've seen the pace bowlers bowling well, the spinners coming in. They will, have it at the back of the mind that the batters, everyone has been getting runs. So it's a team that is in form with all players in form. That is always something that threatens oppositions. And the way India has gone about business, won every game they played so far, just tells you that, Australia will be, I wouldn't say intimidated, but will be wary of India and India's strength, especially Jasprit Bumrah, with the ball. They will be thinking about how they're going to tackle him. But all in all, going into the game, I would say it's 60-40 India.
Right, 60-40 is what Abhishek predicts. Before we talk about Bumrah, Rika and Abhishek, I also want to talk about and bring this point about Rohit and Virat opening for India. And we saw there were glimpses of them coming back to form. Virat Kohli going all out in attack mode against in the last match. Do you think it's high time that both Rohit and Virat Kohli come good in this match, because this is it?
Well, I think this isn't it. I think we've got 2. If we need to win the World Cup, there are 2 very important games after this. We've more or less sealed our spot in the semi-final and final. I would like to see them play the kind of cricket they have been playing so far, because it's always going to be team before individual. And I believe the way Virat and Rohit both are playing, they're trying to keep team ahead of individual and trying to play according to what the team has sort of decided. With 8 batters and Akshar Patel walking in at number 8, you've got enough depth in the batting. You want to make sure you're putting the opposition under pressure in the power play, because the game just starts to get harder and harder post the power play. So you expect a couple of wickets falling, but I just feel the way Virat has been batting in the last 2 innings, he's got those starts. You could see, the Midas touch coming back. You could see Rohit Sharma, hitting the ball brilliantly well. So, you can hope, and I pray that the semi-final final is where they come into their own.
Abhishek, Virat Kohli has always been a big match player for India, and he's been one of the super performers against Australia. The Australians, everyone has great respect for him, calling him a non-Australian. Would you say that Virat has been actually waiting for this big match, this big moment to turn up as the Virat Kohli we know of?
Well, I think whenever you think about Australia, you think about Virat Kohli. Whether that be at home, away, he's always been someone who's taken it to them. He's always been someone who's got into the battle. I'm not sure if you're going to see too much sledging tonight, but if that happens, then we definitely can see the vintage Virat. But we could see glimpses of him. Saint Lucia with a bit of bounce and pace on it will suit his game. It just depends on how overcast the conditions are. But fingers crossed that we do see vintage Virat tonight.
Opener, Rohit Sharma, that context against Pat Cummins is something that I personally am really looking forward to. Rika
So
and
let's,
Abhishek.
Osama, let's discuss quickly the matchups in the game.
Yep.
Abhishek, the couple of matchups that I'm looking ahead to, and I will take you through them. One is Head versus Bumrah, and I want to get your remark on that.
Well, I
Travis
think
Head
the
versus
better
Jasprit
matchup is Head versus Arshdeep. Because he's got this tendency to get out to left-arm fast bowlers. I believe that Arshdeep got him out on the first ball, even in the IPL. So that there will be something in that at the back of the head, with Head, coming into the game. Bumrah definitely yes, but the first over, Head versus Arshdeep is what I'm looking for. Bumrah is a matchup for every single batter in that team. He's going to put everyone under pressure. He's going to make sure that the kind of form he's been in, Bumrah obviously has one up on the Australian team right now. But Arshdeep Singh versus Head is the battle I'm looking forward to.
We're also joined by former India cricketer Ritender Singh Sodhi. Ritender, we are talking about the matchups in the game. We've already discussed one with Abhishek. Let me ask you about the next one that we think we can look forward to, Warner versus Akshar Patel.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, that would be a contest, Rika. And when you're playing India, Australia, there is contest every time. And as Travis Head is a brilliant player, and we have to get him for sure. And we talk about Warner. He has been a match winner always, and he has done well against India. And that is where India has to be a bit cautious. This is a big game, pressure cooker scenario. If we talk on paper, India looks good. India should win this game. Australia has lost a game against Afghanistan that would not do any world of good to their confidence, and they would be struggling. But yes, these teams like Australia, world champions, they know how to make a comeback. And our responsibility is not to be complacent at all. And talking about rain, if rain happens, then Australia will be out. So I hope that rains take Australia out any which ways. India should not even bother. But yes, if match happens, it should be a close contest. But India has an upper hand. They have their nose ahead for sure, because the cricket we have played in the World Cup so far, it has been top-notch.
Right. In fact, another matchup that we are really looking forward to, Rika, is Virat Kohli versus Mitchell Starc. That is one contest that we are really, really looking forward to. We saw the kind of damage Mitchell Starc has done in the IPL and the way he has performed in this World Cup. And Virat Kohli is yet to come to his absolute best. Abhishek, what do you think about that particular contest? Is it going to be Virat getting one over Mitchell Starc this time?
Well, I think for starters, he needs to play. Because the last game, Mitchell Starc didn't play. Ashton Agar came in place of him. So it's going to be interesting what combination the Australian team goes in with. But if Mitchell Starc tends to play, then I think he's a lot more effective today in these times against a left-hander compared to the right-hander with the new ball, leaving the left-hander. So I think Virat and Rohit both will enjoy themselves against a Starc, but it just depends what combination they're walking with. Because in St. Lucia, after the way Ashton Agar bowled in the last game, I'm not sure if Australia would go the Starc way.
Are you a little surprised that Australia did not field Mitchell Starc?
Well, I think it was more to do with the conditions. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Abhishek, you can continue, Abhishek.
Yes. Ritender, the question is to you.
Yeah.
Yes. Look, this is World Cup, and your premier players like Mitchell Starc should play. They should walk in the 11, and if you're not playing them, there can be questions on form. But I have a strong feeling, even if you are at half-notch form, players like Mitchell Starc, the way he has bowled in IPL. He looked too good, and especially in the last stages where he got that all-important form back. He was a bit rusty when IPL started, but yes, you have to play him. And as Abhishek said, we still are not very sure whether he gets a look in or not. But against India, if I'm Australia, I would surely play Mitchell Starc. He does well or he doesn't do well. But the name Mitchell Starc, it can also play on batsman mind. Let's see. I think few moments from now will tell.
You know, another contest that I'm really personally looking forward to, Rika, is Pat Cummins versus Rohit Sharma. And now, why I'm bringing this up is because Pat Cummins has got Rohit Sharma out 4 times in 9 innings that Rohit Sharma has come up against Pat Cummins, and Rohit has only managed to score 57 runs. Is that one contest that Abhishek, you think is one of the contests that people should be looking out for?
Oh, absolutely, and I think if Rohit Sharma is batting and Starc is playing, then by the time Pat Cummins comes into bowl, I'm pretty sure Rohit Sharma's already batting 20 odd, because he'll only come into bowl in the 3rd or 4th over. But I think, I'm surprised with that stat, because Pat Cummins is the type of bowler that Rohit Sharma would enjoy, who is back of a length, where he can play short arm pull. But just knowing where Rohit is mentally, he's not going to be bothered who he's playing against. He's going to be in a zone where he's going to take on whoever's bowling without worrying about what he has done against, Rohit Sharma. So I feel Pat Cummins does match up, but these conditions in particular, I think, will suit Rohit Sharma a lot.
Okay, before we go any further, we will have to discuss one player who's had a huge impact on this tournament for India. 2 player of the matches already, Jasprit Bumrah, Ritendra Singh Sodhi.
The national treasure.
Yes, both of them have been calling him a national treasure. Ritendra, tell us a little bit about what is that exceptional side of Jasprit Bumrah that has come across or that has come into play in the version 2.0 of Bumrah as we see him today?
Look, Rika, first of all, I would like to salute him, because this performance is phenomenal. And just going back when he was injured, he was down and out. And as you said, the best thing about him is he's a fighter. He never lets go, never accepts defeat. And being a fast bowler, doing so well day in, day out. Abhishek is here. He knows what it takes to be a fast bowler. You can have a spasm in back, in your shoulder, in your thighs. And bowling every day, coming in as the winner and bowling those Yorkers, it's very easy for us. Kya baat hai? Kya Yorker lagaya? But what it takes, the load on the back, the load on the shoulder, you have to have very strong abs. So as a batsman, you need to work hard. But as a bowler, you have to work doubly hard, 3 times harder, and that is where it's 10 on 10 on Jasprit Bumrah, because bowling these Yorkers, bowling these slow ones, and as Abhishek has been saying, he has been like a chess player. The way he plays from his brain, bowling those Yorkers at the right time, I think hats off to Jasprit Bumrah, and thank God he plays for India, not for Australia, not for West Indies. He's an Indian and he's doing us proud. He's undoubtedly, Osama, a national treasure.
He is definitely a national treasure. But I also want to ask, Abhishek, has Bumrah's performance also helped the other fast bowlers of India? Because you can see that thought process going into the match. You can see how Bumrah plans his overs, and that is something that you're also seeing in the way, say, a certain Mohammad Siraj or Arshdeep Singh are doing as well.
Well, I think just from a batter's point of view, when you've got someone like a Bumrah bowling on one end, your likelihood to try and take opportunities against the other bowlers will create opportunities for an Arshdeep Singh, for a Siraj, for a Kuldeep Yadav, for a Jadeja or an Akshar, because you know that 4 overs are in the bank. More, you're thinking of how am I going to capitalize on those 16 overs. So what happens is every over that Bumrah bowls, if he concedes less than 3-4 runs, the other bowler then has an opportunity to pick up a wicket, because the batsman is going to go. And that is what Bumrah brings to the table, because if you're looking to go against him, you're getting out. If you're
Abhishek,
not,
do you think that is something that is being discussed in the dressing room? Because everyone knows how good Bumrah is. And do you think this is what you're saying right now is being discussed in the dressing room, that look, they're not going to be coming after Bumrah. They might come after you, so you might have chances of getting those wickets?
No, I think the thought process is always, you do what you know. It's not so much about whether someone's going to go against Bumrah or not. It's always going to be about you making sure that you're anticipating a batter to always go against you.
Okay.
Yes, the conditions have been helpful, but it also matters when you know, like I said before, that you've got 4 overs in the bank. It's like a fixed deposit. You know what returns it's going to give you. Very less risk involved. So for the other bowlers, it just becomes a wee bit easier. I won't say it's very easy, but it also kind of gives them the opportunity to pick up wickets, which then sort of stops the run rate as well.
Let's discuss a little bit about the accuracy of Jasprit Bumrah. Ritinder, we know that Bumrah has a lot of variations. His toe-crushing Yorkers, but even when he bowls a full toss, the batters are not able to take advantage of that.
Maybe they are just scared of him.
What is it? Is it scare? Is it the intimidation, being intimidated about Jasprit Bumrah, that they are unable to play even a full toss ball from him?
Yeah, that's a bit surprising because when you bowl a full toss and you're trying to bowl a Yorker, that is a bowler falters. But Bumrah takes a wicket on that ball also. So definitely he's a magician. But yes, I think he creates so much of pressure in a batsman mind because batsman knows that Yorker is coming and I have to survive that Yorker. You go into that mode and all of a sudden a full toss comes and then you're in 2 minds where to hit or not and you get out. I think it might be happening that way. And the Yorker, which is a low Yorker, it's always difficult to hit. You can always hit a Yorker which is coming at your thigh height for a 6, but which is going down, might not be a Yorker, but still at your toe height, it's difficult to hit it for a 6 or a boundary. And that is where Bumrah has been again spot on. And yes, talking about it, lengths and in Punjab, Osama and Rika, we do that. Na nazar utarte hain. So I sincerely believe that nazar na lage. Nobody even should get his performance down. He has been in top-notch form. If you're winning this World Cup, it will be definitely because of other guys. Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli are top-notch cricketers. But it has to be Jasprit Bumrah because the way he has been putting that pressure on the batsmen, the best in the world, that has been awesome. And we should not forget Arshdeep Singh, the support role he has been offering to Bumrah. It cannot be undermined.
In fact, let us just ask Abhishek, as a batter, how would you plan against somebody like a Bumrah? How would you play him in a match?
Well, I think you want to keep it simple. You don't want to try and attack him. We normally, the talk is about playing cricketing shots. You're not trying to do anything fancy. We saw Gurbaz trying to, take him down. You don't want to take a Bumrah down. You want to make sure that Bumrah comes to you. And then you just, hope he makes a mistake. That's more the likelihood. Very rarely will you go in with a mindset that I'm going to take Bumrah down, especially when he's in this form. It's more playing cricketing shots and trying to, just hit the gaps and hope that Bumrah earns. And like Rika said, you get those full tosses and you can convert them.
And Mohammad Rizwan would second you on that.
Well, before we let both of you go, we'll have to talk a little bit about the X factors in this game. Abhishek, let me start with you. Who would be your X factor from India and from Australia?
Well, from India, straight and simple, we've spoken so much about Bumrah, but for me, when I think about Australia, I think about Virat Kohli. So Virat Kohli with the bat. And for Australia, I think we've spoken about all the fast bowlers, but for me, the danger man in that team is Adam Zampa.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
And before Ritinder answers this, I just want to bring this up. Adam Zampa. Against India since 2017 to 2023. He has played 23 matches. He has taken 35 wickets with a best of 4 for 45 at an average of 33.51 and an economy of 5.61. So that is something that...
No wonder he's one of the X factors in this game. Yes, Ritinder, the question is to you as well. Who are the 2 X factors from both the sides?
Look, for me, Bumrah is definitely X factor, but if I have to just see the support role Arshdeep has been playing, that's very important, Rika, Osama, because you need to have support from other side, and Arshdeep has been awesome. So today, I sincerely believe that Arshdeep should be in top-notch form, getting that ball swing in and getting those important wickets up front. And if you talk about Australia, Travis Head, he's a dangerous player. He can take a game away. And I sincerely hope that Bumrah, in his first over or second over, Arshdeep, they should get rid of Travis Head and we should breathe easy.
And if a team wins toss, Abhishek, what should they do? Should they bat first or bowl first?
Well, I wish I could tell you from here what without seeing the pitch, but just looking at stats and what has happened in the past, I think batting first, taking into consideration the pitch is still not damp or anything, batting first is the right thing to do at St. Lucia.
Well, we'll of course have to wait and see, Osama, whether at what point the match begins, and hope that the match is not rained out. Though as of now, the weather looks clear in St. Lucia as India and Australia prepare to take on each other in a virtual quarterfinal of the T20 World Cup. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the broadcast this evening. Time for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's digital news report.
Welcome back. Another match that was between South Africa and West Indies, Rika. That is something that in the Group 2 of South Africa has knocked West Indies out and has entered the semi-final of the T20 World Cup. It was a nervy win, and the Proteas have survived a tricky chase after the rain reduced that particular match.
South Africa with 3 wickets win through Duckworth and Lewis method now tops their Super 8 group. They found ways to win nervy games, chasing West Indies at 135 for 8. The Proteas stuck to their strategy. Their middle order Markram, Stubbs, Clausen powered the chase. Tabriz Shamsi picked 3 for 27 to claim the player of the match. And now here's a quick look at the points table of Group 2.
When you look at the points table, Rika, this is it's pretty clear that South Africa and England have made it to the semi-final. And if India wins today, they will be up against England. It is going to be a repeat of the semi-final of 2022. That is something that we are hopefully looking forward to. And
well, we do not hope for another Sydney heartbreak. Well, we were there covering the T20 World Cup when India went down to England in the semi-final last time around in Australia. We hope that the script is reversed this time around.
All right, is it going to be India moving into the semi-finals, or is there a surprise on offer? We don't know yet. We will have to wait and watch for that. But for now, thanks for watching, and we hope that it is an India victory that is in store for us. Thanks for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Vida Raghav. The national political exchange over the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy, our focus this evening. But first, let's take you through the big national headlines that we are tracking this hour, including a sharp political attack on the government by the opposition over the NEET controversy as the 18th Lok Sabha session began. Opposition protests and chants NEET slogans as Dharmendra Pradhan takes oath as the country's education minister. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav says this is not the first paper leak under the BJP regime. Opposition MPs allege over 70 paper leaks in the last decade. First arrest made in Maharashtra over the NEET paper leak. One person is arrested from the state. Another accused is being questioned as the CBI carries out a multi-state probe into the racket. The apex court takes cognizance of the extreme heat wave and toll on human life in the national capital. That's for a Green Act to fight climate change, asks DDA how Tree Protection Act can be enforced better. Trouble mounts for the Revanna family. CID gets 7-day custody of Suraj Revanna, even as the SIT challenges his father HD Revanna's bail in the High Court. Prajwal Revanna's judicial custody is extended. First up this evening, a national political exchange over the illicit liquor tragedy in Tamil Nadu that took 57 lives and still counting and devastated the Karunapuram village in Kallakurichi district. Several of those who consumed that liquor are still in hospitals in the state. While the AIADMK and the BJP state units have been taking on the DMK leadership since the tragedy, even demanding Chief Minister MK Stalin's resignation and a CBI probe, the BJP national leadership has trained its guns on the Congress chief and Rahul Gandhi over the tragedy and given it a caste dynamic as well. A day after Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman hit out at the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi for not speaking out on the tragedy, the BJP chief and Union Health Minister JP Nadda wrote a sharply worded letter questioning the Congress of what he called stoic silence of the Congress chief in a tragedy where he said most of the victims are from the scheduled caste communities. This is an allegation the BJP national leadership has been making. The Congress and the DMK have accused the BJP of politicizing a tragedy for gains and making accusations on caste lines. Meanwhile, in a counter-offensive, the Congress questioned the BJP if it did not choose its own 7-time Lok Sabha MP from Karnataka, Ramesh Jigjigani, as pro-term speaker because he was from the scheduled caste. Let's first listen in to the sharp political exchange from all sides before we head to our panel this evening.
In the video, திமுக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகுதான் கடந்த 3 ஆண்டு காலத்திலே தமிழகம் முழுவதும் போதைப்பொருள் நடமாட்டம், போதைப்பொருள் விற்பனை, கள்ளச்சாராயம் அதிகரிப்பு, கள்ளச்சாராய குடித்தருடைய இறப்பு, இதை நாம் பார்க்க முடிகிறது. அதையெல்லாம் வெளிச்சத்துக்கு கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்றால் சிபிஐ நீதி விசாரணை வேண்டும், சிபிஐ மூலமாக விசாரிக்கப்பட வேண்டும்.
What kind of opposition is this? What kind of governance is going on in Tamil Nadu? Congress-supported DMK-led government is killing people. They are part of the nexus between the government, DMK party leaders and the illicit alcohol mafia. Tens of people died last month in the month of May. Again, 58 people died last night. There is no action taken. Your excise minister has not been sacked.
No, we are not silent at all. We have completely condemned it. We have asked the government to take the necessary steps to curb illegal liquor. We have done it. We are not silent. The Congress party is very responsible and is completely conscious of what's happening there. And it is a serious issue. And we are not silent by any stretch of imagination.
Well, DMK, of course, reacting to those reactions with a strong statement saying that this is unnecessary politicization of the issue and the only way to solve it is for all of us to work together. Meanwhile, actor and politician Kamal Haasan, who's part of the DMK alliance, was targeted for his comments after visiting the victims of the tragedy. Kamal had said that people should be more responsible about the liquor they drink, and those who were affected had exceeded their limits. Listen.
Exceeding limit in any form, be it sugar, anything is bad. And this necessarily is bad. Drinking and driving, drinking and going to office, all this will have to come into a culture. You cannot say that we'll make it go away. It is there, it has to be run properly.
So there are serious questions about the tragedy itself and, of course, the sharp political reactions and the exchange. Joining us this evening, Lakshmi Ramachandran of the Congress Party, Narayan Tirupati of the BJP, NDTV Sam Daniel, who reported from Kallakurichi and is closely following this tragedy, and senior journalist Smita Gupta to decode the subtext to that national political exchange. My first question to you, Lakshmi. The accusation from the BJP is that there is stoic silence because it's an ally-ruled state in a tragedy where most of the victims, the BJP says, are from the scheduled castes. Your response?
Good evening. That's BJP's accusation is totally untrue. Our president, that is the Tamil Nadu Congress president, under the direction of Mallikarjun Kharge ji, our national president, visited Kallakurichi, visited the victims of this tragedy along with our local unit there. He also went to the hospital where some of the victims are getting treated. He also made an announcement in Kallakurichi that children who lost their parents, their education will be supported by the Congress party. We've also asked, we've demanded. We've demanded this in the assembly. He has spoken about this to the press. He has also issued a statement. He has demanded an investigation, a thorough investigation, which is unbiased and which will, bring out the truth, bring out the people who are behind causing this huge human tragedy. So it is not at all true that we have not spoken about this. We have not done cheap politics like the BJP or ADMK using this issue. So that is something that we have not done. So after the demand kept by the TNCC, Tamil Nadu Congress Committee President, the district administration has undergone a lot of changes. The district collector has been removed.
Okay, you making that point. Let me take that across to Narayan Tirupati. Narayan Tirupati, Lakshmi says that this is cheap politics, quote unquote, by the BJP and the AIADMK. The DMK has argued that this is a large social menace and the only way that this can be solved is by everyone working together. Your response, where do you think the DMK has gone wrong?
The DMK is the root cause of this problem. That is what we have been saying. The ruling party, which has influenced the officials, which is behind this big tragedy. That is what we have been saying for the last 1 week. And the DMK is trying to wash their hands. The government is trying to wash their hands by just transferring the collector and suspending the superintendent of police. And for almost 3 days, it was paralyzed. The district administration was paralyzed. We need to understand this. This is a very important thing. And many people were taken to, many hospitals, Salem, Kallakurichi, then Pondicherry. So many, issues were not addressed, or nobody was in a direction to see what is happening. And that is what the government, in order to just like that put the blame on others, it has tried to wash their hands by charging the police. But we say that the politicians who are beginning this should be arrested. They should be punished. And I am really surprised to listen to Lakshmi, wherein almost more than 200 people, 200 persons have has consumed this, and another 150 is in the hospital for treatment. And those families, women and also children are literally they are there in a big soup. And we need to understand that Congress and the communists and the Vidudhai Sirtegal, including the communists, they say that the government is not to be blamed. How the government is not to be blamed? That's what we are asking. The government is to be blamed. When they transfer the police, law and order, they don't have fight in the police. Now, they have given it to CBCID. We don't trust the CBCID. We don't trust the Tamil Nadu police. It has to be given to CBI. And the minister in charge.
Okay, very quick response from you, Lakshmi. Quickly, two questions. Before I go to Sam Daniel and Smita Gupta, two questions to you, Lakshmi. One, it's not about the state leadership that the BJP is raising questions about the national leadership. Two, Narayan Tirupati says that we cannot trust the state police because there could be connivance of several state officials given that the racket was so well oiled and at such a large scale. Your response before I go to Sam Daniel and Smita Gupta.
Whatever Mr. Selva Perunthalai, our state leader, has done is under the direction of our national president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. That is the answer to your first question. Your second question, we are closely monitoring the investigation, just like all other political parties in Tamil Nadu, and the government has taken stern action. They have been, in fact, they have nabbed the main person who brought methanol into the state. I think the person has been nabbed yesterday. So we are closely monitoring the investigation, like every other political party. I would like to know, they are asking for the resignation of the chief minister. I would like to know when Mr. Modi is going to resign on the Manipur issue. When is the railway minister going to submit his resignation after? The two great tragedies that we have seen in the recent times, two big train accidents in Balasore and the Kanchenjunga Express. And what about, we expected the PM to speak about NEET today. He's, completely washed his hands. We are talking about.
Okay. I will get a response from Narayan Tirupati on all those questions that you've raised. Quick response before I go ahead, because I can't just let this being a political exchange. Quick response, Narayan Tirupati, before I go to Sam.
This is a very big tragedy. You can't compare any other thing. Don't try to divert the issue. The Congress is trying to divert this. This is a very big tragedy.
Okay, you're saying the Congress is diverting the issue by picking up other issues. There is a problem with your internet connection. We'll have to sort that problem. Sam Daniel, one of the accusations that's been made by the central BJP leadership, by no less than the health minister and finance minister, is that majority of the victims were scheduled castes in this tragedy. Give us a ground sense of who the victims are and how the scale of this tragedy may reflect not just realities at Kallakurichi, perhaps in other parts of the state and even other parts of the country, but for the moment, the focus is on Tamil Nadu.
Well, there is no official data yet in terms of the profile of those who lost their lives, but Karnapuram is largely a Dalit-centric area, and that witnessed the maximum number of loss of lives as well. So it's true in that sense that more number of people could be from the scheduled caste community. But to give a communal angle, many would say that could be very dangerous, because you're pitting against two communities of deliberately involving in this kind of supply of illicit liquor, and that I think we should exercise caution and responsibility before we give that kind of a spin But in terms of on the ground situation, yes, people say that it's not a new development. As far as Karnataka is concerned, for many years this area has been notorious for sale of illicit liquor, irrespective of which government was in power. And the local police enforcement agencies, all of them are fully aware of what is happening. Even when local people tried to file a complaint, they were dissuaded, they were threatened, and even the seller, the local seller who have been arrested, 3 of them, they've been telling local people, come what may, you cannot do anything because we pay regular bribes to police. It's this that has come as a huge eye-opener, and this could be the case not in every district, but at least in areas where there are hills, where there are areas known to be notorious for distillation of illicit liquor. One could be this Kallakurichi area, one could be Vellore, one could be pockets of Trichy district, where after a crackdown over the last few days, police have arrested more than 1,000 people. And it's in this context, the big question arises whether there's been complicity in terms of the enforcement agencies turning a blind eye. Also the question of political patronage in these pockets, which the ruling DMK has denied. As we speak now, investigators have arrested at least 7 people, including the 3 people who sold in this village, the alleged kingpin, and also one man who had allegedly supplied methanol, procuring it illegally. And the Madras High Court will soon decide on a plea by a former AIADMK MLA on the question of transferring it to CBI.
Right, that's an important point, and you've given us a ground overview. In fact, also pointed out to how perhaps the authorities woke up only after this tragedy. This could have been going on. Smita Gupta, you've heard the BJP, you've heard the Congress, you've heard them at the national level. There is one aspect of it which is illegal liquor, but the other aspect and the larger subtext to the political exchange at the national capital seems to be the victims being from scheduled caste families. And also the Congress's counter to the BJP as far as pro-term speaker also has a subtext to the scheduled caste issue. So is this also turning into something on those lines?
Thank you, Veera Raghav. The first, I want to make 2-3 points. The first point I want to make is that it is truly shocking that in the year 2024, we are still have Hooch tragedies in this country. There is no question of it. And we just heard Sam Daniels telling us that a lot of the people who supply this alcohol have political patronage. And I don't think this is confined only to Tamil Nadu. From time to time, we hear about it from elsewhere in the country. So number one, there is no gainsaying the fact that this needs to be condemned. Now we come to the politics of it. When we come to the politics of it, we see that, okay, the DMK is in power and the Anna DMK and the BJP are now trying to fish in troubled waters over there and are, insisting that there should be a CBI inquiry. The point is not whether there should be a CBI inquiry. The point is that there should be justice for those who have died, for those who are still in hospital, and if, as is being pointed out, a large number of them are Dalits, it also tells us about the condition of Dalits, that after all, everybody in this, a large number of people in this country drink alcohol. It's not that it is confined to a certain section, but that the Dalits are still so poor that they are open to, consuming illicit liquor. They don't have the money to drink decent liquor. So, but alongside that, we are now just days from the general elections in which the ruling BJP at the center has seen its numbers shrink. And we've also seen that the opposition, led by the Congress, has been making the NEET issue into a major political issue, which they wish to discuss in the coming days in Parliament. And you've seen that the BJP leadership just doesn't want to discuss it. Now, I'm not, maybe it's, it's a question of apples and oranges. Can you compare a Hooch tragedy to the NEET? If the Hooch tragedy affected hundreds, the NEET has affected the future of crores of students in this country. And where there is a direct link between the government and the leak. in one, it's a question of an
Okay,
oversight.
you're making a very important point. You're saying you're alleging that this could be potentially because the government doesn't want to discuss NEET. I think there are allegations that have been made on both sides between the BJP and the Congress, and I want to get very quick final reactions to specific questions. First from you, Lakshmi. While the politics of it is on the one side, the responsibility is with the DMK government, and the fact that such a tragedy could take place is a blot on the DMK government. Your first response.
See, this has been happening for many years now. That is what the initial investigations are revealing. It has been happening for almost 15 years, is what I understand. So I think the government has taken to task the local administration, the collector, the SP, and they have said that if their own party men are involved, they will, everybody will have to face the law, irrespective of which party they belong to or who they are. So when, the action is being taken and it is being closely watched by the political ecosystem, as well as, the people of the state and media people like you, I think we should wait, we should wait. Whereas in the case of NEET or other...
Okay, you're saying we should wait. We'll have to close it there, but Narayan Tirupati, your final... Narayan Tirupati, your final response, one of the possibilities that is being said is that because of core issues, this is a diversion. The same accusation you're making at the Congress is being made back at you. That this issue could be picked up to avoid other issues like NEET. Quickly.
No, Raghav. More than 60 lives have gone and 150 lives are at stake. We need to understand. And as far as NEET issue is concerned, it is not a monitored thing, which we are also saying. And, doing politics, comparing NEET with this Hooch tragedy, I am really surprised. That too by a senior journalist, it is something definitely it's absurd. And as far as this is concerned, without the politicians' support and influence, this would not have happened. And we want to find out who the politician is. That will be from the ruling and the ruling alliance party, including the Congress. That's what we are charging, including the Congress people. And that is why we need CBI inquiry, because we have lost the fight with this, with the Tamil Nadu police. Not only we, the Chief Minister has lost the fight with the Tamil Nadu police. Otherwise, they would have continued with the same SP who had recently joined. And that is why we are saying, why should the collector have a meeting with the... It's a strong point.
It's a strong point that you're making. You made a very strong point also. We'll have to end the show, end this discussion right here because we've run completely out of time. The point that Narayan Tirupati is making is that we don't trust the state police to probe because there could be connivance of ruling party members. Hence, we want the CBI to probe. The Congress and the DMK saying the only way to address this tragedy is by all of us working together, and this needs to be addressed at a social level. Several facts of this tragedy coming out in that political exchange. But moving forward to the continuing troubles of the Revanna family, while Prajwal Revanna, the former JDS Hassan MP facing multiple rape charges, was sent to another 14 days in judicial custody. His elder brother and JDS MLC Suraj Revanna, who was arrested on charges of sexually assaulting a male JDS worker at a farmhouse, has been sent to police custody till the 1st of July. Suraj was arrested after a 27-year-old male JDS worker filed a complaint accusing Suraj of sexually assaulting him on the 16th of June and then threatening him of dire consequences if he filed a complaint. Suraj has also filed a complaint accusing the JDS worker of filing a false case to extort money. My colleague Pratibha Raman joins us live. Pratibha, the question that's been asked since yesterday when Suraj Revanna was arrested is, will this case get clubbed along with the special investigating team cases which is probing Prajwal Revanna, because both are being probed by the CID?
Well, there's definitely going to be a link of sorts there with respect to the CID, because we are also talking of the SIT investigating Prajwal Revanna's case, which definitely comes under the CID's wing there. And the investigating officers of both would definitely be managing both the cases together there, drawing a link between the brothers of the Revanna family there. And today there was a lot of action at the court as well, because when Prajwal Revanna was just walking into judicial custody after having his custodial interrogation with the SIT ending today, it was a day when his brother Suraj Revanna was walking into the police custody there after being remanded in judicial custody yesterday following his arrest in a sexual assault case, like you mentioned. And it was a day of action at the Karnataka High Court as well, because we are also talking of the bail hearing of Prajwal Revanna there with respect to the first case that was registered against him, which also involves rape. Of course, it is going to definitely be a long way ahead for Prajwal Revanna, because we are talking of at least 3 cases that have been registered so far, and each of them involving grave charges like rape. Back to you, Veera.
Right, trouble continues for the Revanna family in what seems to be a barrage of sexual harassment cases. Of course, something that shakes up, goes to the spine and the core of Karnataka politics in the old Mysuru region. In another horrific case, though, of brutality and torture to a helpless woman, a woman from Kolhapur in Telangana's Nagar Kurnool district was tortured and even suffered burn injuries in her private parts and chili powder sprayed on her. The woman and her husband were working as bonded laborers, and it is her employer and his wife who allegedly perpetrated the torture. 4 people have been arrested. The woman's now recovering in a hospital in Hyderabad. Uma Sudhir with the horrific details in this case.
This horrific case of the torture of a 24-year-old Chenchu tribal woman has been reported from the Nagar Kurnool district of Telangana in a village called Molachintala there. What we understand is that Ishwaramma and her husband were working as bonded labor in a brick kiln and on land that belonged to them. Bandi Venkatesh and his wife and his brother Shivam have been accused in this case, and this young woman, we understand, was tortured. She was not just beaten up, but her private parts were burnt as well with a stick, the cloth wrapped around a stick, and then her private parts were burnt, and chili powder was also sprinkled all over her. After this torture, the family did not report, we understand, out of fear of the consequences of what may happen, but subsequently it came to light, and now she has been shifted to a hospital in Hyderabad. Her condition is said to be improving, and based on the FIR, the police have arrested 4 people, in fact, including Bandi Venkatesh and his brother Shivam, and also the wife of Bandi Venkatesh. And what we understand is not just a case of bonded labor, but possibly also a land that the family of Bandi Venkatesh seems to have been eyeing. There have been some unconfirmed reports that the father-in-law of this young woman had in fact died mysteriously on the 3rd of this month, and 4th his last rites were conducted without a post-mortem. But right now the police have issued the FIR, arrested, and also the revenue authorities have issued certificates to say that these both were bonded labor, and now they are being released from bonded labor. Beyond that, is that a case of moral policing in which they were trying to beat up this young woman and impose their standards on her, or was it a case of looking for the land of the tribal and trying to grab that land? All that is still under investigation.
Extremely disturbing, that case of bonded labor as well as this kind of torture. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to be.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. At the center of the political storm surrounding the irregularities in the NEET examination, Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan faced NEET slogans raised by opposition MPs as he took oath as MP in the Lok Sabha today that convened for the first time, the 18th Lok Sabha that met for the first time after polls. Now visuals of the House proceedings show Mr Pradhan walking towards the Lok Sabha podium in the midst of slogans of NEET and shame from the opposition benches. Now protests are being held in various parts of the country after the NEET UG exam results declared on the 4th of June threw up some shocking discrepancies. In fact, the centre has now ordered a CBI probe into the matter. In the midst of all this public outcry, at least 3 national-level competitive examinations have either been scrapped or postponed. Now, Education Ministry officials have said that the opposition is politicizing an issue that is sensitive and a matter that the government has been most mindful of. 3 important steps have been taken by the centre in the last few days to bolster its claims that it is actually very serious about the future of the students. The chief of the NTA, the National Testing Agency that conducts NEET, has been sacked. A high-level committee has been put in place. In fact, the ministry is saying that it is hopeful of putting in place all necessary reforms in the NTA by the end of this year. This is a localized problem and the government is looking for far-sighted solutions. A complete crackdown on the exam mafia. This is what the government's narrative is. This is what the government's defense is, even as the opposition is looking at this issue as potential ammunition to boost its resurgent role in the parliament. So how will the NEET issue resonate in the parliament? It's the same government, same opposition, but of course the numbers differ this time. How will the opposition versus government over NEET play out in the parliament? That's what we'll try and decode tonight. Here's a special report on what really happened in the parliament today over NEET.
The NEET probe net is widening fast. After Jharkhand's Hazaribag and Ranchi, one teacher has been nabbed in the NEET paper leak case in Latur. This is the first arrest from Maharashtra. 4 people have been booked in the state so far.
A Zilla Parishad teacher, Jalil Patan, has been arrested in Latur. In fact, the police has found some incriminating evidence, including photographs of hall tickets of candidates, suspicious WhatsApp conversations and online financial transactions. In fact, among those booked is a Delhi-based individual who is believed to be a mastermind in this case.
In Gujarat and Bihar, the CBI has officially taken over the investigation of this case. A CBI probe team is camping in Godhra in Gujarat to take the probe further. A team in Bihar's Nevada faced the ire of locals on Sunday while investigating the matter. Even as the CBI begins its investigation across multiple states, it will merge all existing FIRs into one, picking up where the state investigating agencies left off.
In the states like Bihar and Jharkhand, it is almost confirmed that question paper leak did happen, and it is being confirmed by many, while many other states still remain in denial. In an exclusive, NDTV did catch up with the principal of the school in Hazaribag, who confirmed that the question paper packaging was tampered with.
अब जो OU की टीमें थे, उनका ये कहना था कि इस आंसर बुकलेट के यहाँ पे, ये इस साइड में कहीं से टेम्परिंग था और उसको बढ़िया से ग्लू से किसी ने पेस्ट कर दिया था, जो कि कॉमन लोगों के बस की बात नहीं है.
ये किसी प्रोफेशनल ने किया था?
हाँ, ये ऑब्वियसली किसी हाईली प्रोफेशनल ने किया होगा, क्योंकि जब हमने बताया ना, इसे उखाड़ भी नहीं सकते, ये सेल्फ एडेसिव से होता है, इसे हटा भी नहीं सकते, इसे कैंची से कट करना पड़ता है, ये प्रैक्टिस होती है. अब इस साइड किसी का ध्यान गया नहीं कि ये क्या हुआ और किस तरह से बारीकी से कट करके कुछ किया हुआ था और फिर अल्टीमेटली उसको एडेसिव से पेस्ट भी किया गया था.
Even as the probe across states got pace, protests over both the NTA mess and the NEET paper leak continued.
So right now with these delays, like for example the PG examination and with the undergraduate examination, the whole paper leak scenario, all of these students are now concerned with the delays in not just examinations but their careers, because there's a huge question mark now as to what next, whether there'll be a re-exam or whether for the PG students, when will the exam be? The dates have not been announced yet. So the students are in a limbo-like situation right now.
Bureau Report, NDTV.
संविधान के लीरे लीरा उड़ा दिए गए थे, देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया था, लोकतंत्र को पूरी तरह दबोच दिया गया था। इमरजेंसी के ये 50 साल इस संकल्प के हैं कि हम गौरव के साथ हमारे संविधान की रक्षा करते हुए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं की रक्षा करते हुए देशवासी संकल्प लेंगे कि भारत में फिर कभी कोई ऐसी हिम्मत नहीं करेगा जो 50 साल पहले की गई थी।
क्योंकि देखिए जो आक्रमण प्रधानमंत्री जी अमित शाह जी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर, संविधान पे कर रहे हैं, वो हमारे लिए एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है, वो हम होने नहीं देंगे। इसीलिए हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ओथ लेते हुए हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पकड़ा था। हमारा संदेश जा रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को कोई शक्ति नहीं छू सकती है। धन्यवाद।
Also joining me now is Charu Pragya of the BJP, Anshul Avijit of the Congress Party. We also have Sujata Rao, former Health Secretary, and Sajjan Kumar, political analyst. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Starting with you, Charu, when Mr. Pradhan was taking the oath today, the opposition was shouting neat and shame. Of course, Mr. Pradhan is not a rookie. He's been a politician for decades, and the Education Ministry, as a reporter, has been telling me and a couple other reporters that, you know, it has nothing to hide. But it has been less than fortnight that the government actually took charge. Although the Education Ministry was with Mr. Pradhan for the last couple of years, do you think that the Treasury benches over the next few days has to rework a lot of strategy? It has a lot of convincing to do when it comes to controversy over examinations.
Sudha, good evening. The problem with the Indian opposition is that they're always looking for a chink to exploit. And unfortunately, the NEET paper leak has become one such chink. It is something which has been owned up by the government of India, and our Honorable Education Minister took a press conference very politely, if I may add, and answered humbly every single question posed to him by all the journalists, all the reporters present, which is unlike the Congress party, because last time Rahul Gandhi took a press conference and faced a difficult question, he labeled the reporter as BJP ka agent. But moving on from there, one, responsibility has been fixed. In fact, the Education Minister himself has taken responsibility of not just fixing the particular issue which has happened recently, but also fixing all the loopholes that exist in our education system when it comes to entrance examinations. The second thing is we have ourselves asked for a probe by the CBI into one of our own departments. And that proves our bona fide. We have nothing to hide. Let an independent agency investigate this and heads will roll wherever required. They have in fact started rolling. The NTA DG has already been removed from his position. NTA is being investigated thoroughly. Exams which could have been compromised have already been cancelled. Let's also remember the Supreme Court has matters pending in this regard, and we have to wait for what the Supreme Court says. On the 8th, we will know more. We are just waiting and watching for that. But this nexus that exists for ensuring a smooth procession for those people who can pay for an examination paper beforehand has been there for a very long time. And even though it has taken time, we are very, very devoted to weeding out this entire process. Very quickly, let me run you through some dots that I would like our viewers to join. RJD is known for ghotalas, not just Chara Ghotala, most recently Sipai Bharti Ghotala, where they in fact lathi charged the protesters in Bihar, and most recently in Tejasvi Yadav's own office, his own PA was the one who was found calling the guest house to book rooms for those who aided in this cheating. In fact, just today, 6 accused have been arrested from Congress's office in Deoghar in Jharkhand. Congress's office. So they found that to be a safe hiding place.
Okay, Anshul, Charu's making some important points here, but a lot of experts, including, some that we know and admire, have said that this is also the time to rise above bipartisan politics, although I believe that the Congress party is actually doing the right thing by, taking up issues of the youth, and exam leaks has been a problem, a concern for youngsters. How do you see this? How do you see the constructive role of opposition sort of, evolving? Because, we are also talking about solutions here, and what would you have to say to Charu, with respect to these allegations that the BJP has been raising about the opposition's involvement in some of the NEET scam cases?
No, but what about the actually the Treasury bench's role in what has happened? What about trust and transparency? I mean, on one hand, the Honorable Education Minister says that there's a high-powered committee, but on the other hand, the chairman of the National Testing Agency continues to make appointments while the controversy is raging. We know that the exam process, the entire system has been rotted to the core. It's been 10 years since they've taken up this matter. It's rotten to the core. There have been a series of irregularities, notwithstanding this examination from, where the exams were held to the point where the marks were given, the discrepancies in the marks, and in the manner in which the national testing agencies try to cover up their mistakes by advancing the date of the declaration. There's complete complicity on the part of the administration. Now, if you talk about a high-powered agency to look into the probe, then you have to dismiss the chairman of the agency itself. Yeah. You have to show trust and transparency. Look, the problem is about taking the youth of this country to hostage. What is a demographic dividend has turned into a demographic disaster because all the hopes and aspirations of the youth of this country have been taken for a ride by this government. Manufacturing is completely dead. They have no avenues for employment here. Agniveer scheme is a complete disaster. This is another point we're going to raise in the upcoming session of Parliament. And the system that actually guarantees, doctors coming out and educationalists and academics has been, felled, it's rotten to the core. It's completely corrupted. Right. So there is no opportunities in this country. On the other hand, the economy is completely
Before I go to Sujata
wrecked.
Rao and also Sajjan Kumar, Charu, quickly a response to what Mr. Anshul is also saying, because, clearly, the NTA also held a press conference. I remember attending it where, there was complete dismissal of any allegations of paper leak. And of course, then all these evidence really tumbled out from different states. So clearly, do you think that in terms of confidence building, the ministry or the government did in the beginning weeks? And of course, a lot of corrective actions are being taken place. But of course, trust also develops over time, isn't it?
Vasudha, yes, that is unfortunate, but any statement that was made by the ministry was made in good faith, and there is nobody trying to shield any culprit or any system which has gone wrong. And I think that is where we build confidence amongst the students. Let me also just quickly take a second here to say that we have actually passed a law in February to prevent situations like this, the Public Examinations Bill, to prevent unfair practices. It has now been notified, it is now a law, and it has very strict and strong punishment for those who indulge in such activities. In contrast to what happened when Samajwadi Party was in power in Uttar Pradesh, where the Anti-Copying Act was actually taken back by Mulayam Sarkar. In fact, these questions need to be asked to the opposition because they have aided and abetted cheating at a institutional level for a very long time. So not
Absolutely.
just
Let me bring in Sujata Rao here.
Let me quickly take the name of Misa Bharti also. Can somebody please tell me how did Misa Bharti become not just a doctor but a topper and supported by the very same family whose PA has been caught in this scam today red-handed?
Okay. Sujata Rao, couple of things that the Education Ministry has communicated, that the NTA was pulled up because there was never a tradition of giving grace marks in NEET examination. In fact, what we understand is that the NTA, when asked for an explanation, cited the example of CLAT. There is a committee of acclaimed professionals that has been put in place. They will submit the report by August. And then, of course, the rules of prevention of unfair means in exam bill that Charu is talking about. What more does the government need to do? Because clearly there is a crisis of confidence because at least 3 examinations have been postponed.
The crisis is so deep I mean, I've never come across an instance where there's a countrywide anguish from the students against a NEET exam. So, this has been, I think it has come to a point where the students can't take this leakage problem anymore. It might have been there before. I'm not alleging it's happened only now. It might have been there, but it has now come to the tipping point where students really, really are agitated. And one of the most important things for government is to restore the trust and the confidence. And so, therefore, I would really, and the whole grace mark issue, 67 students getting perfect scores, this leaves a very, raises a lot of doubts. And as you can see, the reports increasingly are coming from not just Bihar, but that it's an interstate problem. 5, 6, 7 states have got this issue. So how do you really order a retest only for 50 students? How do you know they're not 3,000 students? How do you know cheating hasn't been done by 10,000 students? So my strong recommendation is that to restore faith and confidence, it's a harsh measure because the students have to study again, but a retest must be done for all of them, and this time do it so well that there is no question of leakage. This must be done, and the government must say that we're still in charge and we're capable of running a test without any problems. It's very important to restore student confidence.
Right, that's
and
very
this
important.
business of just taking a few students who have been given some grace marks without any transparency, making them go through a retest. And the farce is that half of them don't appear, and there's one student in Gujarat only. I mean, the whole thing seems rather strange to me.
Absolutely.
And I really recommend
that's a very important point that Sujata ma'am is making, and I remember talking to you about this. So even as the centre is trying to project its efforts as proactive, and I'm sure there is a lot of intent to this because no government, be it Congress or BJP, wants paper leaks, right? Because it concerns youths. Now, there have been findings from the states of Bihar, Gujarat, Haryana and even Jharkhand, and of course speculations of paper leak have only grown since then. Of course the matter is in the court right now, but when it comes to a situation like this, what is a politically wise situation? What is a politically wise solution for any party? Is there, I mean, would a quick announcement of a retest, would that have salvaged the situation like Sujata ma'am is saying? Is that the best way to go forward? Sachin, you'll have to unmute.
Precisely, yeah. Precisely, this crisis has three aspects. One is about the nature of the crisis, which is structural, which cut across all the parties. It has happened in the past. It has happened in a lot of states under different parties. So therefore, it's a structural problem as the exam mafia, paper leak mafia operates in a very granular, entrenched way. But then the policy response certainly is to go for the kind of a corrective measures, not one of the major. That's there. But then there is also a kind of the perception. Who is your referent? I mean, it's not about the BJP versus opposition, BJP versus Congress. Your referent should be the students who participated in the exam. Now, if those referent, the students, they have a sense of being wronged, if they do not have the kind of confidence, then certainly for BJP at this juncture, because they are the ruling party, they have the mandate. They need to take the students' perception on the ground into consideration. That should be the central concern. So the mode of making it one party versus the other, pointing out that it happened in the previous government also. I think the referent, the students who are the youth, and mind it, these are the youths who have been the passion of BJP. They were the one 2014 brought the entire Modi discourse, which is still the dominant discourse, into centrality. So certainly I think for BJP, rather than going for a technocratic explanation, I mean, which is with a well intention, where I think they are not doing enough is not winning the confidence of the students who should be the actual reference points. And that is where the right way as of now would be, because this is a question which baffles a lot of us who have been on the ground talking to lots many of the stakeholders, that if many other examination can be cancelled, what is preventing the decision to go for a retest for the NEET? And that is why I think the government needs to be more sensitive about the kind of a perception, because mind it, policy needs to align with the perception of the ones who are the stakeholder here in the system.
But Sachin, I was also, I have a niece who has taken this NEET examination and she is in Bengaluru, and she is really anxious. She doesn't want to give the retest again because she's saying that there is nothing like this that has happened in the south of India. So, Charu, there is of course a difference between a political solution and a technocratic solution. What do you think would be the best way way forward? And also, you were talking about this important bill. Do you think a stringent law that, of course, has been enacted by the Senate will come into force very soon? In fact, the rules are going to be notified soon, is what ministry officials are saying, and the penalties could include up to 10 years of imprisonment and fines up to 1 crore is what the bill says. How do you think that is going to change the situation? Because often we have seen that tougher laws also don't really lead to proper implementation, or in fact a crackdown on crimes.
No, Vasudha, in fact, on the contrary, I would like to believe the opposite. When your laws are strict, those who are a part of a nexus and a racket such as this are one, afraid for the future, and two, once they are caught, that entire nexus is going to break, because hopefully they will be behind bars. Of course, I am saying everything with a lot of responsibility and understanding, because we have lakhs of students who are appearing for very few seats. So let's be very practical when we discuss certain things, and I'm going to be very non-political when I explain this. So if 24 lakh students register for the NEET examination, the fact is we have 1 lakh seats for medical students in this country. Those 1 lakh seats also, let me remind you, are fairly new, because it is Modi government which made 315 new medical colleges. So go back to 5, 7, 10 years ago when the seats were not even this many. So the competition to succeed is extremely high, and it is accompanied with a lot of pressure on every single student. So much pressure that unfortunately, usually when we have been discussing NEET in the past, it is linked to a student suicide, and that is painful. It's beyond painful. That was one of the reasons why these examinations have been changed slightly by the government of India, why the syllabus has been made easier, why the entire examination process has been gotten to a platform where every child can compete at an equal level, even if that person doesn't have access to a coaching center.
Right.
So a lot of things have been kept in mind, and I'm very hopeful that all these loopholes are going to be plugged and culprits are going to be punished.
Absolutely. Anshul, you just fought an election from Bihar. 17 candidates from Bihar have been debarred for malpractices during examinations, 30 of them from Gujarat. When the government says it's a localized problem, of course, I don't agree with it, but there seem to be pockets operating at various places. A centralized crackdown might help, and for that, maybe political parties will have to rise above by, their partisan sort of politics also. Would the Congress party be okay with that kind of view, sir?
No, I mean, it's a national problem. When institutions are corrupted, and that too institutions which produce doctors and educationalists, then it doesn't become a kind of a party problem. We are raising the issue in the parliament. Where else are we supposed to raise it? We're going to raise the Agniveer issue in the parliament, the unemployment and the wrecked economy issue in the parliament, and every other issue, the lack of joblessness. Every single issue will be raised. It's not that it's become politicized. Look, despite Charu's brave defense of this government, it's been 10 years since they've been in government. They've corrupted and subverted the system to the extent in which the youth of this country feel a sense of complete and utter hopelessness. Right. Where is this going to lead to? There is no job opportunities. In the only one you had, you've corrupted it. So what are you going to answer to them? I mean, you have to answer to the people, to the young of this country, this grand thing called the demographic dividend, which you've completely wrecked and thrown under the bus. You created a generation of people who feel utterly hopeless about the future. So it's them you're trying to convince. It's not about political parties. We are going to take up the cause in whichever platform and wherever necessary. And the government should first of all take immediate action. There has to be an inquiry. This high-level eyewash is not an inquiry. We all know where that's going to lead to. You know better than I.
Absolutely.
It's not going to lead up anywhere.
Last word from Sujata ma'am. Something that Charu mentioned, very important. 24 lakh students competing for 1 lakh seats, of which only 50,000 are in government institutions. This is also a crisis. This balance between career aspirations and actually the reality. What should political parties, governments need to do to answer to address something like this? Because clearly this is a matter that's beyond need, and there is a lot of prestige, there's a lot of value to medical seats in the country. What does the government need to think about right now?
No, I think, it's not a question of 24 lakh students are taking exam for 1 lakh seats. That's a kind of competition. You heard about the railway jobs. You announce anything, you will be having lakhs of people applying for it. More than 10, 20 lakhs apply for, 100 IAS posts, 600 central services posts. But how many people take the exam? More than 10 lakhs. So that's not an argument at all, which I think is important. What my request is that they should go above politics. Honestly, it is not anyone's case that BJP, the Prime Minister sat down and did the leakage. That's not the case. It has happened. It should be admitted that it has happened. And think of it only from the student's point of view and from the trust point of view. It is not it is a duty, of course, the opposition to hold the government accountable. It is for the government to then say, let's make it, it's for us to sit down. It's our children, and there must be trust in the system. Today, BJP is there. Tomorrow, Congress will be there.
Right.
So, it has to be sometimes an issue. It shouldn't immediately become an ego issue. That, it's ours and Congress did this and how does it matter to a student today what Congress did sometime in 1950,
Right.
That's not an answer to the situation. I think it's so serious that really some sensitivity is required to say, we'll be fair on this issue and we want everyone to cooperate with us and to resolve it rather than making it a political issue. I really find that all very disturbing.
Right, and of course, the last word from Sajan. Any closing remarks on this, very quickly?
Yeah, certainly, as I said, I mean, there are certain moments wherein the reference should be the ones who are the stakeholders. It's a question about the youths, and mind it, at this juncture, when you are thinking about youth as a demographic dividend.
Right.
So exams and the corruption there in that, I mean, it's a question of the legitimacy, and I think incumbents should be a bit more sincere and more for the justice should also seem to be doing, and that is why I think it is a time wherein the perception war needs to be won, not just the technocratic defense, which as of now seems to be the case, particularly in the matter of the NEET.
Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me on this show. Clearly, how NEET plays out politically, how it manages to resonate in the parliament is something that we'll have to see in the next few days, even as Lok Sabha sits for at least 7 more sittings. Meanwhile, in other news, Gautam Adani has spoken on the rise of India in the midst of adversity. India is no longer at crossroads of destiny. That's what he has said. He has also said that the country is on the brink of our greatest growth phase. That's all we have for you in this show. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
For us, reforms are a means to improve the lives of 140 crore Indians. After the introduction of GST, goods for household use have become much cheaper. This has resulted in significant savings for the poor and the common man. We are committed to continuing this journey of reforms to transform people's lives.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बाहर जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the politics of this country takes yet another churn, I am today joined by a very distinguished, eminent, and popular panel. Popular because they all represent their Lok Sabha constituencies. Lakhs and lakhs of people have voted them to power this time. They're all first-term MPs, and I'm also joined by my senior colleague, Maria Shakil.
Thank you, Nikunj. And yes, we are standing right in front of the old Parliament of India. And as the 18th Lok Sabha takes shape, these are the MPs who will be setting the agenda. And that's why Nikunj and I have decided to set the agenda for you, the viewer, because they will be talking about what matters to them and what matters to their constituents.
Absolutely. To my right, in fact, all of them are to my right, Dr. Ricky from Shillong, representing Northeast here. Next, to his right, to the right of is Mr. Keshanani from Telugu Desam Party, which is now part of the government. Dr. C.M. Ramesh, first time in Lok Sabha, but previously two-term member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha.
Yes.
From SP, Dr. From Rajiv Rai, and from Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Shiv Sena, Mr. Patil. To his next is the man from the mountains, mountains which have seen unprecedentingly high voting percentage this time. And to his right is then Arun Nehru, very interesting name, representing a party and an alliance that actually swept, despite many other expectations, has swept the entire Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Gentlemen, welcome to NDTV. And if I can request all of you to give your opening remarks about what is your agenda for the new Lok Sabha.
Well, thank you so much. What a joy, what an honor, and what a privilege for me. I thank God and praise God for giving me and also the party, which is a very young party, the Voice of the People Party, which just started less than 3 years ago. And it was really, the work of God, I would say, to defeat the party which is in government. And so we have a number of agenda, to present before the country. Agenda like coming from a state which is a small state, and a state where most of the people are indigenous people, and where we really need to be protected, in this big ocean. And we as a party, we believe that a nation like us, which is so diverse, and yet in spite of this diversity, we are proud that India is one.
Mr. Shivnath Keshanani, and diversity, respect diversity is the message from our friend from Shillong.
Thank you for calling me. I am the first time parliamentarian, and this is my first interview in New Delhi. And thank you for giving me. Nice to have you on NDTV. Thank you very much. And I am very much thankful to the people of my constituency for putting me over here, and to my leader Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and to our alliance partners for making me to sit in the 18th Parliament. So first of all, I thank all of them. And regarding our problems and our state, in the country, the only state which doesn't have a capital that is Andhra Pradesh. So our main motto is to have our dream capital Amaravati, and we are the part of NDA, and we thank our Honorable Modi ji for aligning with us with NDA, and we want to support NDA, And as people very well know, Chandrababu Naidu is a very good aligned partner. Previously we aligned, we have 3 aligned with NDA. So we are never a...
And someone who helped you return to NDA is Mr. CM Ramesh.
Yeah, CM Ramesh.
Formerly with TDP and now with BJP. You are one of the architects of this alliance, the return of Mr. Chandrababu Naidu to the BJP fold. NDA he left in 2018, he is back. Tell me about yourself. You are now in the Lok Sabha.
Mr. Keshanani was making a point, finish that point about
actually,
Naidu being very dependable partner. He says
we are a dependable partner, and we are with NDA, and this NDA without any trouble, this NDA will run with full term. And our main motto is to get financial assistance for our state, which is we are in a very bad shape, and we have assembly elections also, and the complete state was swept by NDA alliance. So we want mainly our financial status of state is very bad. Want mainly the financial assistance from the central government to improve the financial status of our state.
Mr. CM Ramesh, I have not really asked him about the speaker's post, because one issue which is actually doing the rounds in Delhi circles is, has the TDP demanded the speaker's chair?
No, we are not demanding anything. We haven't demanded cabinet, or we haven't demanded the portfolios also. We have given all the choices to Prime Minister Modi ji, because he knows very well to whom to place where. So we are like NDA partners. Before elections also we are an NDA partner. So we are not making any demands. Our demands are only financial status of the state.
Not putting any sword onto the government's
particularly for the speakers.
Particularly for
the speakers.
Not at all, no demands.
The point here is that treasury benches, the number is relatively not that strong. You're not at 303 that you used to be in 17th Lok Sabha, or little less in 16th Lok Sabha. You are at a reduced number. Is the treasury bench ready to travel that extra mile to ensure that the opposition is on board on most of the legislations?
Thanks to NDTV about this program. I came all the way from Vijayawada to attend this program, because first of all I had to thanks to my party President JP Nadda ji selected me, and next thanks to our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and important party has selected me, and Anakapalli people has elected me with a 3 lakhs majority. And you see, in Anakapalli constituency, there are more than 10% first-time voters, young voters. They are all voted me because that is an industrial area. Lot of unemployment is there. Now I had to get this much industrial to industries that area. People are expecting me. And about the politics, now this is the NDA 3. NDA 3, mainly our focus is Vikasit Bharat. And in short period, we had to bring our world, third rank to the India in the economy. And also, one side poverty eradication, other side good governance and industrial improvement, infrastructure development. So many issues are there. You talked about the numbers. What happened in the Article 370? Parties are different. On that time, there is no such a number in Rajya Sabha. How all the parties, when we are doing good things for the nation, automatically parties will think and parties will vote for any good for the country.
राजीव राय जी, आपकी पार्टी ने कुछ लोग कहेंगे एक तरह से कमाल कर दिया, किसी को उम्मीद नहीं थी ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस कर दी। अब आप आए हैं लोगों का इतना बड़ा मैंडेट लेके हिंदुस्तान के दिल से जिसको कहा जाता है कि लखनऊ के बिना यहाँ सरकार बनती नहीं, इस बार भी वैसे ही काम कुछ हो गया था। तो क्या है आपकी पार्टी की मेन एजेंडा पॉइंट, और क्या है आपकी पार्टी की मेन डिमांड जो कि आप चाहेंगे कि सरकार पूरा करे उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए और बाहर के लिए?
पहले तो NDTV को धन्यवाद. I am here because of but you united me on very short notice, and my sincere thanks to my voters there, in particularly my constituency, and to the UP voters also. ये आपके लिए आश्चर्य करने वाला होगा, जो लोग मीडिया में बैठे हैं उनके लिए आश्चर्य करने वाला होगा, जो ओपिनियन पोल और एग्जिट पोल की दुकान चलाते हैं. आई एम सॉरी टू मेक दिस स्टेटमेंट बट दिस इज वेरी हार्श ट्रूथ. उनके लिए होगा, बट वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग दिस रिजल्ट. In fact, it is sort of 5 to 7 seats what we are expecting, and every seat which we expected we won. So ये दिल्ली वालों के लिए होगा जो गांव में लोग रहते हैं, and particularly my constituency I describe बदहाल बुनकर, बेहाल किसान और बेरोजगार नौजवान. You know, you'll feel surprised. In my constituency, last 25 years, voters have not seen their member parliament. Even if I ask you, who all were the last 5 MPs, you will not be able to tell. You can't recollect their name. The gentleman was the last time elected, is in jail for last 5 years, and all other 4. So the Ghosi constituency, the Mau district in particular, was created by late Kalpanath Rai, Vikas Purus. And after Kalpanath Rai, you know, we have a history. Right from the first parliament, 1952, Pandit Algu Rai Sastri till Kalpanath Rai. जो भी हमारा सांसद होता था, देश का नेता होता था. और लास्ट 25 सालों में आपको यकीन नहीं होगा, जब मैं जीतने के बाद कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जगह जगह जा रहा हूँ, तो कई जनरेशन पहली बार अपने एमपी को देख रहे हैं. मैंने आज पोस्ट भी किया है, हमने तो अपने एमपी को ही नहीं देखा है. सो आई हैव बिगर चैलेंज टू. यूपी स्टेट ऐसा तो ही है. आज आप लोग नेट पेपर की लीक की बात कर रहे हैं. एंड वी आर फेसिंग दैट क्राइसिस फ्रॉम द डे वन. लास्ट 5 years, almost all the papers for the job which were conducted under UP government, सारे पेपर लीक हो गए. हमारे यहाँ कहते पेपर लीक बा, बाकी कुल ठीक बा. So I mean that is the.
So राजीव राय जी, ये बात सही है कि आप लोग, क्योंकि आपकी संख्या ज्यादा है, तो अपनी आवाज बहुत ही बुलंदी से उठाएंगे, लेकिन कितना यूनाइटेड इंडिया दिखेगा उस पर भी सवाल है. इसीलिए मैं अब आपके जो बगल में उनसे सवाल पूछूंगी कि इंडिया ब्लॉक.
जवाब दे लीजिए.
चलिए आप
जवाब दे कंप्लीट. मेरा जो चैलेंज मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के लिए है कि 25 सालों से वहीं खड़ी है. हमारे यहाँ इंडस्ट्री, जेंटलमैन वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट द इंडस्ट्री, बट अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, वी डोंट हैव इंडस्ट्री ओनली, वी डोंट हैव सेंटर फॉर हायर एजुकेशन, रोड्स आर इन पैथेटिक कंडीशन, हेल्थ सर्विसेज आर एट द वर्स्ट. तो हमारे लिए तो बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंज है. उसको कंप्लीट करने के बाद, इनको देने से पहले बता दूं कि जो स्पेकुलेशन आप लोग पहले दिन से कर रहे हैं, इंडिया कितना यूनाइटेड है, इंडिया इतना गठबंधन इतना यूनाइटेड होगा कि ये सरकार 5 साल तक नहीं चल पाएगी.
That's also a big news point. Opposition thinks that, you know, they can put the government on the mat.
Yeah.
We haven't heard the government, but opposition certainly thinks so.
Patil Saab, the question really is that these numbers came as a surprise for the India bloc. महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह के नंबर्स आए, वो आप लोग सबके लिए काफी सरप्राइजिंग थे. लेकिन गुड न्यूज था, ये बिल्डअप हो रहा है. 3 महीने में चुनाव होने वाला है. तो आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या होगा इस बार पार्लियामेंट में?
जी, थैंक यू फॉर चूजिंग मी टू NDTV today. I really thanks for every colleagues here from NDTV, and I also thanks to my party president Mr. Uddhav Thackeray to choosing me as a candidate from Hingoli, and I really appreciate and very thanks to my all constituencies, common people who have elected me, and I really want to appreciate them and thanks to them on behalf of you. Okay, and जैसा कि आपने मुझे पूछा है कि ये आगे हम 3 महीने में कैसे जाएंगे, तो वी आर वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट और बहुत अच्छे से हम उद्धव ठाकरे साहब के नेतृत्व में और पूरे अलायंस के साथ में बहुत अच्छी तरह से चल रहे हैं. जो लोगों की डिमांड है, जो जिस तरह का विकास होना चाहिए था वो नहीं हुआ है. खासकर रूरल एरियाज़ में अभी भी एजुकेशन का मैटर है, फार्मिंग का है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का है, बहुत बड़ा इशू है, जो कि बता तो रहा है कि बहुत ग्रोइंग हो रहा है इंडिया, लेकिन वो तो कॉमन पीपल को तो दिख रहा नहीं है. तो इसलिए मुझे अभी जब यहाँ पे पार्लियामेंट में भेजा गया तो मैं उसके हिसाब से आई विल ट्राई माई लेवल बेस्ट to do something for my common people, for behalf of the education, for unemployment and farmers, and which are the really small things that is very needed to villages people, rural peoples. So I hope I am here on behalf of them to represent them, and the represent of common people, represent them of who are in rural areas.
It's a very nice thought. He says, that he is on the behalf of people here, and it's a common thread I see in all of you. It's so heartening to say a lot of people criticize the politicians. Media, we also are sometimes guilty of excessive criticism of politicians, but it is one thing is very heartening to see that each one of you actually genuinely wants to work for the people who genuinely need development. Aga Saeed, Rahul, my next question to you. What are the special needs of that special state of ours, Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, thank you so much for the question, because you mentioned the word special. I wish this country and this government for the last 10 years realized this fact, that we needed to respect that word when it came to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. I have come with a mandate to this place, and I thank my constituents for that. They have given me a huge responsibility to remind through this parliament the rest of India that India used to be a democracy, and it's time to be a fully functional democracy again. Because what we experienced in Jammu and Kashmir is no way closer to democracy. It's not how we expected India to behave. For the last 10 years...
You are also part of India. Let's accept that.
I'm saying the rest of India.
Okay, rest of India.
Oh. So this is not how we expected this nation, this establishment, this nation, this idea of union, the identity that we had or that we have. We didn't expect it to behave the way it behaved, and it continues to behave. And not only about the people of Jammu and Kashmir, I have a mandate to remind the parliament, the government, the people of rest of India, that the minorities are equal part of this country. The minorities have equal rights. They have to have the respect that every individual should feel in this country. I want to remind that Dalits are equal part of this country, and they are equal part of human race. They cannot be, subjugated, they cannot be marginalized the way they are being marginalized. I have come with a mandate to remind this country that the dignity of the peoples living in different states should be paramount. And while I don't have the mandate to speak for other states, I have the mandate to speak for my state. The dignity was snatched. The dignity that's under question. We have an existential crisis, and I call it that our existence is under question. The basic principles on which we acceded to the Union of India, and we were glad to accede to Union of India, was dignity and democracy, was a right to be the masters of our own destiny. Everyone has that right. India is a union of different shades, from south to northeast to north. India is a union of different shades, and this country has somehow managed to remind this government that you need to respect that. So this is the basic idea that I have come up with to New Delhi. Hopefully I'll fulfill these responsibilities. I have to speak about development, I have to speak about many other issues, but that will follow during the course of my service in
Last but not the least, our friend from Tamil Nadu, Mr. Nehru. Very interesting name, very young man, one with a massive mandate. What do you think, the south of India is thinking this time, and what is it that the Tamil Nadu specifically wants from the new parliament?
First, I must convey my heartfelt thanks for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Stalin, who trusted nobody to come and stand in front of the greatest institutions of this country and talk on behalf of the 15 lakh people of my constituency, Perambalur constituency, right? And the biggest part of the campaign was also Sports and Youth Development Minister, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin too. So they are the reasons, I as an individual can stand in front of cameras in, before the great institutions that made this country and convey my views, right? So Tamil Nadu has very clearly humbled many great people, and this election is about humbling and bringing home the truth that India is a diverse set of states, and the diverse set of states actually strengthen the union rather than the opinion that was there in the last 10 years, right? So what do we stand for? We stand for two very important issues. We stand for socially progressive ideas and schemes, and we also stand for cooperative federalism, right? What are these two ideas talking about? socially progressive ideas. Point number one, right? NEET, an issue that's burning in the hearts and minds of Tamil people today. Why is it burning? It's because the resources that are being allocated and developed by the state is being unfairly taken away from a common man who's put in faith through the education system. Second, what are we talking about? Cooperative federalism. Whenever cooperative federalism comes, people think that certain states contribute more towards the development of the country, but we all beg to differ. Each state contributes its own strength to the Union of India, right? We contribute to industrial development and taxes. So what we are trying to tell to the Union is the faster that Tamil Nadu grows, the faster the nation grows. So we are here to voice, we are here as a voice of a common man who said, look, we as a union must work together. I think that this election is about telling the powers to be work together for the nation. And I think that voice is going to be heard very well in the coming sessions in the Parliament.
And very beautiful message he says, you know, it's a mandate for working together.
Yes, and mandate also to celebrate diversity. That is also a point that is coming. And the beauty of this panel, Nikunj, from south to the northeast to central India to south, to each and every part of India, we have representatives. But CM Ramesh, you have, you know, Mr. Mehdi made an interesting point that yes, that record voter turnout should be celebrated because this is about democratic exercise winning in Jammu and Kashmir. But the point about democracy and its institutions and its functioning, do you think you'll have much to explain in the coming Lok Sabha?
As in the BJP, probably some people will say, Mr. Ramesh, that has not shown that kind of attitude where they were taking everyone along. That is what Mr. Mehdi says, that, you know, you people as the ruling party for last 1 decade probably somehow, somewhere forgot.
See, there are a lot of changes happening in this country. Previously, people are not able to visit Jammu Kashmir. After Article 370, in last Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, our Finance Minister, Home Minister has explained each and every sector, how the improvement is going on, how the development is happening in Jammu and Kashmir, how the industries are coming, how the employment is improving. Everywhere, each and every sector is happening. And you see, everywhere, different state, different issues were there. Suppose in my Andhra Pradesh, I had to thanks to Chandrababu Naidu and my leader Narendra Modi ji and Pawan Kalyan. You see the vote share difference. How much? 18%. Suppose my constituency, there is a 27.5% vote share difference. People, different issues. Okay, now we have to see first my priority is my constituency. After that, my state. Then nation. If nation is good, doing well, then the states also will do good, then the constituency will improve. Now, such as small issues are there. In these 5 years, we will clear everything.
So what Mr. Ramesh says that, you know, it is unfair criticism. Mr. Nehru, there raises a point. Yeah, you want to say something.
Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to answer Ramesh ji's particular point where he said it was difficult for people of different parts of the country to access Jammu and Kashmir. My experience, sir, I have been a biker, sir. I have been where I take my bikes to the 18,000 feet. I have been to below 2,000 feet with my bikes all over the place. And one of the most beautiful places on earth is still Jammu and Kashmir with unmatched hospitality, right? So I am here as a person outside the state. You know, I love this union, right? And Jammu and Kashmir is very much part of it. And I still want to emphasize that I have been there previously to 370 and I've been after 372. So for me, I did not face any resistance from the government employees or for the matter people. And people were the most welcoming, right? Why would they want to welcome? They welcomed because I was part of this country. So I just wanted to emphasize that point.
Mr. Ramesh probably is wanting to say that the fact that BJP did not take everyone along is probably not a justified criticism, is what he's wanting to say.
No, that's a justified criticism.
If you do any good things, always political criticism will be there.
So he
but
says,
majority of the
things,
people, what they're
criticism
thinking.
will be there.
When they say that Mr. Modi and Amit Shah got up on
it's
the
an
floor of
important
the
point
House
he makes.
and
He says,
cleared everything,
good, bad, political
everything is
criticism
hunky-dory. That's a one-way propaganda. There has never been a genuine debate about the the progress of Jammu and Kashmir before the abrogation of Article 370 and progress of Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of unconstitutional abrogation of Article 370. There has never been a debate. Jammu and Kashmir, the unemployment is at its highest. The flow of capital in the state is at its lowest. The infrastructural development, apart from few focused cosmetic areas with cosmetic approaches, I call them hotspots for their propaganda. Jammu and Kashmir, its rural areas, its nooks and corners, its townships and towns, the development is missing. And we the people of Jammu and Kashmir, we the people of Jammu and Kashmir are not at the helm of affairs. We do not have the right to decide for ourselves. And we are taking the brunt of that.
But the Prime Minister has said that, the statehood will come soon.
So let's debate whether Jammu and Kashmir was it better off with 370?
That's a fair point. I
or
agree.
is it going worse?
It's a valid point you make. It's a valid point you make. राजीव राय जी, मैं एक बात पूछना चाह रहा हूँ और डॉक्टर साहब से लेकर के अगर एंड तक हम जाएं, तो ये एक बात कॉमन थ्रेड है कि पूरे देश में, जैसे आपने भी कहा, पूरे देश में विकास की बड़ी ज़रूरत है और डेवलपमेंट ऐसा होना चाहिए जो आम आदमी तक नीचे जाए, जॉब्स हो, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। ये सरकार का अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बारे में कहना है कि हमने काफ़ी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में काम किया और काफ़ी उनके क्रिटिक भी ये बात मानते हैं कि उन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में काम किया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर पॉलिटिकल एक तरह से इस मसले पे, जॉब्स के मसले पे, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दे पे और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के मुद्दे पे एक यूनानिमिटी हो जाए, तो आप, चूंकि मैंने कहा हिंदुस्तान के दिल से आते हैं, आपको लगता है ये चीजें, इन चीजों पे काम करना विल इट बी इजियर फॉर ऑल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के मिलके, राज्यों के साथ में केंद्र सरकार का मिलके, क्या पॉलिटिकल यूनानिमिटी विल रिजल्ट इनटू एक्सेलरेटेड जॉब ग्रोथ?
ये तो होना ही चाहिए, दैट्स अ गुड आइडिया, बट द गवर्नमेंट विद दिस काइंड ऑफ एटीट्यूड, अभी मैं बता रहा हूँ, आप जॉब के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, मैं जहाँ से जीत के आया हूँ, आई डोंट नो दैट यू नो और नॉट, पूर्वांचल की सबसे बड़ी जीत है, 1952 के बाद सबसे बड़ी मेरी जीत है और प्राइम मिनिस्टर से भी बड़ी जीत है। दिस इज नॉट माई एरोगेंस बट दिस इज द फैक्ट।
एरोगेंस आजकल बड़ा खतरनाक
हाँ, नहीं वो तो गवर्नमेंट के लिए नहीं है, हमारे आपके लिए हो सकता है। हमारे यहाँ मेन मुद्दा ये था जिसको आप कह रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट बोले हैं, हमारे यहाँ सड़कें बदहाल है, मैंने बताया ना, बदहाल बुनकर, बेहाल किसान, बेरोजगार नौजवान, सड़कें टूटी फूटी, अस्पताल नहीं, कोई एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं, और मेरे यहाँ से 3 मंत्री आते हैं। और अभी यू ऑल कवर्ड दैट लास्ट बाई इलेक्शन इन घोसी, वहाँ जितने सारे मिनिस्टर जाकर जितने जिन रोडों को वादे कराए थे कि अभी बस कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट खत्म, ये हम बना देंगे, ऑर्डर पास हो गया है, वो ऑर्डर लोकसभा चुनाव तक अटका रह गया। तो व्हाट वी सी इन टीवी, व्हाट द गवर्नमेंट स्पीक्स, दैट इज नॉट द रियलिटी। माय फ्रेंड ही वाज टेलिंग absolutely right. That might be the case with the Jammu Kashmir and same is with us. हमारा जो पूर्वांचल है, thanks to our leadership under the Honorable Akhilesh Yadav ji, we are today third largest party in the Parliament. क्यों मिला ये mandate? जो हार्ट से क्यों बीजेपी हार गई? ना अयोध्या से बल्कि हारी, बल्कि अयोध्या में राम मंदिर निर्माण कमेटी के चेयरमैन के पुत्र भी चुनाव हार गए, ये भी फैक्ट है। हार गए, क्यों हार गए? अगर इतना डेवलपमेंट होता, इतने रोजगार होता, मैं तो अपनी कंस्टिट्यूंसी में कहीं भी जाता था तो पहला सवाल पूछता था वोटर से, पिछले 8 सालों में किसी को नौकरी मिली? जवाब आता था नहीं। 5 किलो राशन देकर अगर आप देश के विकास कहते हैं, आप कहते हैं कि दुनिया में डंका बज रहा है, जिस देश के 85 करोड़ लोग 5 किलो अनाज पर जिंदा हो, उस देश का डंका केवल प्रधानमंत्री जी बजवा सकते हैं।
लेकिन राजीव राय जी, आपने जो बोला कि अयोध्या की अगर बात करें, वो तो आप लोग सबके लिए सरप्राइज था, सब लोगों के लिए सरप्राइज था, आपके लिए भी सरप्राइज था,
हमारे लिए नहीं था। मैं फिर रिट्रीट
तो वहाँ पे कास्ट फैक्टर्स है, पूरे पूर्वांचल में कास्ट के बेसिस पर वोट भी होता है, तो अगर हम लोग डेवलपमेंट और कास्ट दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन शायद भाजपा नहीं करा पाई, अब ये मान लीजिए।
अब ये नहीं, सबसे ज्यादा कास्टिस्ट पार्टी तो भाजपा है। हमारे ओम प्रकाश राजभर, हमारे यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा, राजभर को टिकट देने का क्या मतलब है? अलायंस का क्या मतलब था? कास्ट के लिए क्या है ना, तो ना कास्ट उनके साथ रहा। क्योंकि मैं एक सवाल बता रहा हूँ, जब पेपर लीक होता है ना, तो केवल समाजवादी पार्टी, कांग्रेस और भाजपा का नहीं होता है, अपर कास्ट बैकवर्ड कास्ट का नहीं होता है, हिंदू और मुसलमान का नहीं होता है। जिसके घरों में लड़के बेरोजगार हैं, माँ बाप बूढ़े हो रहे हैं, नौकरी की उम्र चली गई 8 सालों में, वो
So Dr. Ricky, you know, this concern of unemployment, it's almost like a pan-India sense, right? So just about everyone seems to be saying, all the MPs are talking about it. What is the solution then? Do MPs have to work with the state government and also with the centre to ensure that the jobs are created?
I'm very happy that Maria has brought that point about solutions, because one of the idea of having you all here and having you all in the parliament is solutions to be put forward, and I'm quite sure that with the change numbers, all those solutions government will also consider more respectfully.
Yeah, I mean that's a point I think that the whole nation, especially the youth, which is potential, for the future. We have more than 60% of our population who are youth, and especially even the northeast, where this is a big problem, the unemployment problem, not only in Meghalaya but the entire northeast and also the country as a whole. Well, what I would say is that we are here, many of us are first-time MPs, and what I see is this, that I think we should keep aside some of our political ideology, our political differences, and we should look at what is the problem. And I think that all 543 of us, we are responsible to each and every person in this great country of ours. And so what I feel is that it is it's high time that we put the people first. As I always say, when people elected us, we are elected, to serve those people who have elected us. In other words, we are here not to be served, but to serve. And I think if you have that kind of, mindset, where we are here to serve, and to serve to the best of our ability, and I'm sure that we can really take, the nation to greater heights.
Mr. Keshanani, this will be a criticism again that will come to you also now, because you are part of the NDA alliance, and people will say that BJP has not treated its partners or given opposition the respect, etc., etc. But as doctor says, the good doctor says, that if we keep our political differences aside, important point to talk about is jobs, infrastructure, future of our youth. How do you think that you all, first of all in the parliament, and you all with the government can make a difference? What do you think our people's representatives should do now? Because see, all of us can agree to the fact that job crisis has been one of the defining feature of this elections. People have spoken and people have said that there are no jobs for youth, and we need an answer to this. What do you think can be the way forward?
Actually, the main matters is the job for the people. There are a lot of problems. The major problem is jobs. Actually, we are all new to the parliament, and we are a nation. We want to work together for the nation, and we want all of us to support the government in getting jobs and development of the country. So I humbly request all the people of the parliament to support the government in making the prospective India and the development of India. We should not criticize. Regarding politics may play a lot of role, but putting aside politics, we need development for the country.
You have Mr. Rajiv Rai smiling.
And ours is let me finish. Ours is a federal system. So Central also has to take one more step to talk with the states and to support the states. And we should come in and unite, and on the 18th Parliament, my feeling is the 18th Parliament should give a country a message that this Parliament is working for the development of our nation.
Can I come here?
Yes.
Good. Can I come here just
Yes.
to
Yes,
one
please.
point? Well, we've been talking about development. We've had policies after policies, which are all, of course, in paper, in principle, it's always good. But I always believe this, that you may have, the best of people, to frame, to come up with a policy for, for every sector. But then, at the time of implementing that policy, if it is not led by some moral and ethical values, I say that nothing will come,
Okay, so
It emphasizes on the point that moral and ethical values are very important.
This is very important. And
I
look
think
at corruption.
my sense is that
corruption.
ethics are now being spoken about a lot. Dr. Ramesh, you want to make a point about job creation, collaboration, and how center and states work together.
Definitely. See, for there is an issue of unemployment. I seen in my constituency. Any development for infrastructure should be good infrastructure, and industry should come. For these two, good atmosphere should be there, and power should be cheap. Now what India is till now, we are importing energy. We are spending about 200 billion. Our all foreign reserves going for buying the oil, gas, coal, and other batteries and all. Now, policy has come. Government of India, our Prime Minister has made the policy. We have to use more renewables. Now, pump storages are coming, and hydrogen, a lot of plants are coming. Once this 200 billion will stop, we will, our own Make in India, we have to generate the hydrogen. We have to maximum take from renewables and export the hydrogen. Now we are the first country exporting hydrogen shortly. Then only in China, comparatively China and India, their power tariff is less. And there are a lot of incentives. Even India has to come forward like that. And now future these hydrogen and pump storages, renewables we are using, definitely we will compete to other nations of the developed nations.
Yes, but the question here is of cooperation and cooperative federalism. How much of that will be applied on you so that you get support of states and you also support them?
Definitely.
Non-BJP ruled states.
No. All states. Why? But there are so many industries has come in other states also. See, if you see last 5 years, there is no industry because there is no good atmosphere. Jagan Mohan Reddy spoiled Andhra Pradesh. There is no all industries ran away. Now we have to bring all industries and we have to give good governance and good atmosphere. And most important, law and order.
And will you also ensure that opposition ruled states continue to govern? Because you have the case of Mr. Patil, whose party
always
who could not even continue in government.
Always, if you see how many states, majority of the states are ruled by NDA only, BJP government and NDA government, majority in the country.
Stability
yes, but the ones that are not being ruled. आप पाटिल साहब कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे?
मैं अपने दोस्त से कहना चाहूँगा कि गए 10 साल में वाई इंडस्ट्री डिड नॉट ग्रो. हमारे यहाँ पे तो एक इंडस्ट्री चले जा रही है, एक भी चीज नया सी उभारी नहीं है. आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करें, कहाँ पे है? लेट मी नो वेयर इट इज. हमारे रूरल एरिया में हम देखते हैं कि कोई मूलभूत सुविधा जिसे बोलते हैं हम, एजुकेशन हो गया, आरोग्य का हो गया, ये भी चीजें अभी तक पूरी नहीं है.
लेकिन पाटिल साहब, बात बिजली, सड़क, पानी से तो आगे बढ़ी है ना?
कहाँ बढ़ी है?
अब कम से कम हम
खाली सड़क से आगे बढ़ी
है, एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं.
मैम, खाली सड़क से आगे बढ़ी है ना, बिजली से आगे बढ़ी है ना, एजुकेशन से आगे बढ़ी है.
10 years before, you are not able to manufacture the cell phone. Now we are exporting the cell phone. And in the COVID
need of
vaccines,
people
we exported all over the world.
Get educate. There is no infrastructure, newly infrastructures in rural areas. The government, which जो उन्होंने गवर्नमेंट ने जो क्लासेस बनाया है, जो जिला परिषद हमारे यहाँ पे चलती है, जो गरीब लोगों के लिए, बच्चों के लिए पढ़ाई होती है, वो तो बंद होते जा रहा है. क्लासेस है 10 तक और आदमी है 3. बताओ कहाँ से पढ़ाएंगे लोगों को? अब वो तो मूलभूत तो है ही नहीं.
तो एनईपी कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करिएगा?
वी शुड लुक आफ्टर.
आपके पास मैं आता हूं. मुझे
फार्मर्स का ये देश है, फार्मर्स का.
माय फ्रेंड फ्रॉम डाउन साउथ तमिलनाडु, अरुण नेहरू, इज wanting to make some point, waiting smilingly, patiently. आपके पास आता हूं राजीव जी.
Thank you. I just wanted to share what I learned from the people during the the campaign and with my tenure before coming to politics from business. So the issue of employment has a multifaceted problem, right? So it just can't change in one day. It has to be cultivated from a long time.
That is a very pragmatic point to take.
One of the
can't
things
be solved in one day.
So one of the things that we wanted to share, good lessons learned from the Dravidian model is this, that you focus on the education, you focus on the healthcare, and you focus on getting people trained for the tomorrow's world, right? So today you have Tamil Nadu as the leaders of innovation and as well as industrial growth. So I would want you to visit Tamil Nadu and see the number of men wanted or women wanted board across factories. All that we are trying to say is, we are not telling that we are the only one who can do this. All we are saying is, look, we have worked out a model. We worked out a model where we educate children and we also put them into jobs, and the jobs is going to further fuel the country's growth. So a combination of these items, I think in this word cooperative federalism, I think Tamil Nadu would be more than happy to be able to tell what works to the government, and we'll be very, very happy to share. So employment, it's not a single problem. It has a lot of attachments, social issues attached to it also. So my point is, I think there are a lot of good things that we can learn, right? For example, you can learn service from the Northeast. You can't beat them in service, right? Without them, the service industry never moves. So manufacturing, you have South, right? Food production, you have Andhra and Telangana, who have turned around completely well. So there are a lot of good facets that we can take and form this union, the real meaning of the union, right? Rather than taking bits and pieces, right? So certain initiatives of the last 10 years has been like, you put a factory, everything will be all right. No, it's not going to be all right. There's going to be a lot of overriding factors also, right? What's the use of earning money and then there's nothing around it to spend for? So I think it is also social, it's also psychological, and the government's role in it to ensure that everybody has an equal access for job creation. And for that, I think Tamil Nadu is better placed to tell others that a model is actually possible.
राजीव जी, आप कुछ बोलना चाह रहे थे?
2-3 इशू हो गए।
जी जी, आप दोनों तीनों पे बोले।
नहीं, first thing, thanks to my friend from TDP, he did not blame Nehru for unemployment today.
He is a very nice man. He is not blaming anybody.
In very light way. Abhi, my friend, twice of this country people have supported this government you formed, and not with absolute majority, but third time also you are in power. And you are saying that we all should support. What else support you want? As if you are creating job and you are stopping that. हमारे यहाँ तो डबल इंजन की सरकार है, और मैं आपसे भी पूछ रहा हूँ, आपके जर्नलिस्ट वहाँ होंगे, रिपोर्टर वहाँ होंगे, यूपी में he was talking about this all electricity problem. यूपी में 8 सालों से डबल इंजन है। 1 मेगावाट का अगर कहीं प्लांट बनाया हो, हमारे राष्ट्र अध्यक्ष जी पिछले 5 साल से पूछ रहे हैं, जिन प्लांट को हमने शुरू किया, 1 मेगावाट अगर इन्होंने प्रोड्यूस किया हो तो बता दें, मैं कल पार्लियामेंट में नहीं आऊँगा। मेरे पूरे पूर्वांचल में एक इंडस्ट्री इन्होंने बनाया हो तो बता दें, हम नहीं आएंगे। पिछले 5 सालों में आप अपने रिपोर्टर को भी फ़ोन करिए, एक बच्चे को सरकारी कहीं नौकरी मिली हो तो हम नहीं आएंगे। So when you talk big, try to put everything under carpet, you can't hide it for a longer time.
They have to think big.
Dr. Ramesh.
They have to think big.
They have to think big.
Every time you are not allowing.
See,
to complete.
when we discussed about so many bills has come, and you have seen in the 370, triple talaq, quite opposite parties, this AAP has supported 370.
But these were emotive issues. Let's come to the bread and butter issues.
For the development of the nation, for good for the nation,
is very
definitely their parties will think, their leaders will think, their MPs will think, they will do.
Before I come back to you, Rajiv ji, एक बार मैं रोहेल से और डॉक्टर रेकी से बात कर लूं। रोहेल, आपका क्या कहना है? देखिए, क्रिटिसिज्म अपनी जगह पे है, the fight for dignity अपनी जगह पे है, everything, obviously there are challenges against with every decision that is of monumental proportions. All that is fine. As Mr. Ramesh said, that you take any decision, there will be politics. He's a seasoned man. He's not making these are not empty words. He's a seasoned man. He has seen life. When he's speaking, he makes a lot of sense. That is what life is. So, but what is the way forward when we talk of J&K or when we talk of youth across the country? You are yourself a very young man. What do you think, how do you sort of get past this jobs crisis in this country?
First of all, the name is Rohulla, not Ruhail. So a little bit of correction, and I respect the fact that you have not heard this name before, so there can be this. Well, as you asked the question about J&K, let me be very blunt. If you want to ask me the way forward, return us the 370 and give us the state back. Let us find our ways.
That is fine. That is fine. I agree with that. But my point is a larger point about the youth of J&K.
No, that's a larger
Surely
point.
the 370, return of 370 will not satisfy the youth of J&K.
No,
they will still need
that's
jobs.
for us to decide what will
but I'm saying
satisfy
they'll
us
still
or
need
not.
jobs.
The problem is you tend to decide sitting in Delhi what satisfies the people of Jammu and Kashmir and what does not satisfy them. You never care to ask them what satisfies them. See, largely what's missing in Jammu and Kashmir in the psyche of the people of Jammu and Kashmir is the sense of dignity, sense of achievement. We do not have the sense of achievement. We have a sense of defeat. And this regime came, which
But you know, tell me something, Rohilla. Tell me something. They abrogated Article 370 at a certain point. Okay? Before that, for that many number of years, for 7 decades, Article 370 was there. So at that point, you had the sense of dignity. But the challenge of jobs, challenge of infrastructure,
we were doing better. We were doing better than UP. We were doing better than Gujarat. We were doing better than Haryana. We were doing better than many parts of this country.
But do you want to
take
say
that,
that
take that as a
youth
fact?
does not want jobs?
Take that as a fact that the answer to unemployment.
There is no quarrel. I am saying.
Let me answer.
I am saying the point is that we can keep, as political persons, we can keep harping on a single point agenda, but issue here is bigger. Bigger issue is that how will the jobs, how will the youth of J&K incorporated in mainstream?
We know, they know, and they know how to utilize their resources in order to create employment. So give the right to use their resources.
That is the point. That is fine. That is fine. Yeah.
That's what is the definition of 370. So let me complete. In your language. That's the definition of 370. They should decide. They know how to better utilize their resources in order to create jobs in their state. I cannot come and tell them in South that this is how you are going to create jobs in South. They know better than me. And that's what 370 is all about. See, in Jammu and Kashmir, after all this bragging of this government, there's no manufacturing unit that has come up in Jammu and Kashmir. There's no production that's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. There's no, push in economic activity of Jammu and Kashmir where you can say that this is the difference. Apart from tourism, and he'll come up with the statistics of tourism. I can quote you a couple of summers after the rise of militancy in 1990s, after the decade of 1990, during 2000 and the decade of 2010, we had multiple summers when we had tourists in millions. And this is not unprecedented.
CM Ramesh, quick response, and we have to start wrapping up this discussion.
Before 370, after 370. Before 370, how many tourists per year is visiting the Jammu Kashmir? Now, after 370, how many tourists are visiting Jammu Kashmir? Facts and figures are there. In the parliament, it is there. And immediate solution, it won't come immediately. Now, atmosphere has come good. You name it. All industrial companies are starting industries in Jammu and Kashmir. All 5-star hotels are coming for tourism. And automatically employment generation will come, people will be happy, and more Jammu Kashmir people will be happy. They will get their income more.
See, that is the point. See, there's a problem here.
I need to correct a fact here. Per capita power consumption before Article 370, now. Per capita power consumption has happened more now.
See, the problem here is that industries cannot come overnight. That is a challenge across the country. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. But I'll come back to you. The good doctor wants to make a point. I'll come back to you. Yes, the doctor, you wanting to say something?
Yeah, what I would like to say is this: that again coming back to the diversity of our nation, and in that diversity we see that in each and every nook and corner, we have our own strength, we have our own weaknesses. And I believe that, we have to look at where our strength lies. And that's where we should focus, okay? And so, like some friend has said,
yeah. Wrapping up this conversation, okay. And let's begin with, from Mr. Nehru, because all of you are first-time MPs, and when you will be making your first speech, it's going to be a very special one. Give us a glimpse of it. What will be the most important point that you'll be raising in your first speech?
I think, first of all, this is about a union of states, right? And this lies certain very fundamental principles. We are not going to talk about extraordinary things landing on the moon or landing in, reaching the deepest point of the ocean. We're going to talk about issues that is going to attach or affect a common man in his day-to-day lives, right? Simple things such as liberty, simple things such as freedom from fear or favor, and also the ability to innovate free of any apprehensions that the state might have. So all that we are saying is, let us be who we are and we still can contribute to the country.
Yes, my friend who was wanting to make a point very energetically, vigorously.
First, to correct their facts, that they have made it a habit to mislead the nation And one such example
But that is not intention of Dr. Ramesh for sure.
I said they, not him. I didn't say
Dr.
him.
Ramesh is not that kind of a man.
And one such example is adding the pilgrims of Mata Vishnu Devi to the number of visitors coming to Jammu and Kashmir as
I take your point,
tourists.
but your first speech.
So this is
in
something-
Parliament.
Yeah.
Yes.
My first speech, as I said in the beginning, we have a bigger issue to deal with. Our identity, our existence, we have an existential crisis. We have a huge question mark. We need to, our relation with the Union of India is redefined and redefined undemocratically now. So we need to either accept this undemocratic reality or fight back. So my course is the latter one. And the fact that, and the point that I want to make is what I made during my campaigning. My job in this tenure would be to speak, stand and work for the dignity of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, democracy of this country, diversity, respect for the diversity of this country, for dialogue between the states of Jammu and Kashmir and other states, and the central government and the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and the development of Jammu and Kashmir, which is not going to happen unless we have the
point
right
well
to
made.
decide for ourselves.
Well made point, accepted as well, fair point. Patil साहब,
मैं सबसे पहले तो मेरे स्पीच में सबसे पहले तो मैं फार्मर्स के लिए स्टैंड लूँगा, जो कि पूरे देश में हलचल मची है। एमएसपी रहनी चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट ने एमएसपी का ये पुरस्कार लेना चाहिए। अपना देश ये फार्मर्स के लिए जाना जाता है और ही इज़ अ किंग ऑफ आवर नेशन। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल फार्मर्स शुड बी स्टेबल। और दूसरा तो यूथ विच इज़ ए होप आवर कंट्री, एंड ही इज़ ए न्यू जनरेशन इज़ आवर होप, एंड ही इज़ आवर वो अपना भविष्य है। तो उसके लिए भी मैं रोजगार के लिए
is the message that is coming in. Please go ahead, sir.
नहीं, 1 मिनट।
हाँ, आप खत्म करें।
और जो भी हमारे यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत सारा जो क्राइसिस चल रहा है, वो जो जाति न्याय जनगणना होनी चाहिए और उसके आधार पे आरक्षण का मुद्दा भी खत्म होना चाहिए। और जो भी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है या फिर मूलभूत सुविधा है, जो इरिगेशन है और जो पीने का पानी है, उसके लिए मैं पहले भाषण में अपने पॉइंट्स रखना चाहूँगा। थैंक यू।
राजीव जी,
मैं भी जो आपके सामने बात कह रहा था, पहले तो मुझे दो फ्रंट पर लड़ना है, नॉट इन पार्लियामेंट बट विद यू पीपल आल्सो। आई हैव टू एक्सप्लेन द डेफिनेशन ऑफ द डेवलपमेंट। आपने बोल दिया कि कास्ट को डेवलपमेंट को साथ नहीं रहा। जब बीजेपी जीते तो डेवलपमेंट की जीत है और चाणक्य की रणनीति है। कंक्लूड इन ऑल द सेगमेंट्स आर नॉट अलाउड टू कम। सॉरी, I don't take much time. I'm a professor. I speak in few words.
Please.
तो उस चीज़ से झूठ से लड़ना है। मैं आईना ये पार्लियामेंट में फैक्ट एंड फिगर के साथ दिखाऊंगा कि जिसको डेवलपमेंट कहते हैं। मैंने आपसे सवाल कुछ पूछा और चाहूँगा कि अगले डिबेट में मैं आपके चैनल में आऊँगा, अपने रिपोर्टर से पूछ के रखिएगा कि डेवलपमेंट कहाँ दिखता है, किस मोहल्ले में, मैं भी जाकर माथा टेक लूँगा। हमारा जो मैंने कहा, मेरा नॉट ओनली द फर्स्ट स्पीच टिल द लास्ट डे ऑफ माई दिस टेन्योर, बदहाल बुनकर, बेहाल किसान, बेरोजगार नौजवान। हमारे यहाँ बुनकरों के लिए राहत देने के लिए हमारी सपा गवर्नमेंट में नेताजी ने 72 रुपीज़ फ्लैट बिजली दे दिया था, जिससे वो लोग, बाहर तो नौकरी नहीं मिलती है, कम से कम अपना परिवार पालते थे। आप जॉब देने की बात करें, जॉब छीनने के लिए सरकार ने बिजली का बिल को 8 गुना बढ़ा दिया, 9 गुना बढ़ा दिया। रोजगार, बच्चे बेरोजगार हो गए, पलायन कर रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ जरी का काम होता था, वो बंद हो गया। आप विकास की इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, जो चल रहा था उसको भी बंद कर दिया। तो इस झूठ को बेनकाब फैक्ट एंड फिगर के साथ करूंगा, पहले से आखिरी तक।
Definitely I will speak, I will utilize my maiden speech, but it is a suspense. I don't want to reveal now. Definitely it will be good for the country, good for the nation.
Okay.
In my first speech, actually the financial status of our state, it is in a very heavy crunch. We are even unable to pay salaries to the employees, state government employees, and our state mainly we doesn't have a capital. I want to focus mainly on the financial status of the state and also about our capital. And according to our professor friend said, we don't want to criticize anybody and we won't criticize anybody. As our leader He's such a strong person. He ever says we should look for the development, neither criticizing the people. You can see even in our election, these things also, we never criticized. We went in a positive manner to the people, and we were elected in a tremendous way. Our total NDA people were elected in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you.
Doctor, final word to the good doctor.
Yeah. So I think upholding the Constitution, both in letter and spirit, is very important at this juncture. And also to ensure that our country is free from corruption. Yeah, I believe this is one of the root cause of the ills that we are facing in this nation. So I believe that all the 543, MPs in this 18th, Lok Sabha, will stand together to fight against corruption. And I believe that if we can do that, of course, it's not easy, but I tell you, as a party, Voice of the People Party, we fought this election. I think I'm proud to say that we are a party who, when people said, can you fight election without money? We said, yes, we can do it. Why? Because we know that God Almighty, He is there. Nothing is impossible with Him. So this is my message.
So one line I would say that the common thread you see is development, it's jobs, and it is cooperative federalism. These are the three things that are development, jobs, cooperative federalism. Maria, closing words to you, my friend.
So, Nikun, 7 MPs who are just reflecting what 543 issues which will be heard in our 18th Lok Sabha. These are MPs who represent 12 to 15 lakh individuals, for 12 to 15 lakh people. Truly, it is the House of Representatives, and that's why it's called the Lok Sabha. And with that, it's a wrap from Nikunj and me. We'll be covering this Lok Sabha very, very closely. It will be about oath-taking, not much of an action, but certainly it will be interesting to see because the dynamics, as they say, of the 18th Lok Sabha has changed.
Absolutely. As I said, I started that this is the beginning of a new political churn in this country, and you are all lucky to be participants in that, and we are lucky to be witnessing it and reporting about it.
Okay, with that, it's a wrap from us. Thank you so much. We will be covering this session of Parliament very, very closely, and we will be back here at Vijay Chowk with another episode, another news coverage. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India.
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the programme tonight, on the first day of the first session of Parliament since Modi 3.0 came to power, there were jabs and counter-jabs by the government and the opposition. There may be a new reality in Parliament with the opposition much stronger after these elections, but that didn't stop the Prime Minister from going on the offensive. Tomorrow marks 50 years of the black spot on Indian democracy, said Mr Modi. The new generation will not forget how the Indian constitution was scrapped, how the country was turned into a jail, and how democracy was captured. The opposition hit right back, saying that the BJP was forgetting about a present undeclared emergency. Next up on the show, as investigators now spread out across the country to get a full idea of the extent of the NEET exam leak, we bring you the latest on the investigations into a conspiracy that has brought unheard of misery to lakhs of students who've taken an exam with an eye on securing their future. What happens to them now? On the show, we speak to the victims and their families, citizens who studied, incurred expenses, and lived on a sense of hope that's now been destroyed. What does this say of our system of exams? That exam leaks can still happen in 2024. But on the first day of the first session of Parliament since this government came to power, there were several jabs and counter-jabs. What exactly took place? Take a look.
Long live! Long live! Long live! Day one of the 18th Lok Sabha began with the opposition showcasing its increased strength, holding a march with copies of the Constitution, and the Prime Minister launching an emergency attack towards the Congress. Addressing the media before the House met, the Prime Minister said June 25th, that is tomorrow, marks the 50th anniversary of the emergency and called it a blot on the country's democracy.
कल 25 जून को भारत के लोकतंत्र में जो काला धब्बा लगा था, उसके 50 वर्ष हो रहे हैं। संविधान के लीरे लीरा उड़ा दिए गए थे, देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया था, लोकतंत्र को पूरी तरह दबोच दिया गया था।
Refusing to be bogged down by the charge, the Congress hit back at the government, reiterating its undeclared emergency charge.
Without declaring emergency, you are doing it. इसीलिए हर बार वही बात बोल के आप कितने दिन ऐसा ही अपनी हुकूमत करना चाहते हैं?
हमारा संदेश जा रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को कोई शक्ति नहीं छू सकती।
This time there is a new opposition. It's an opposition that is resurgent with new numbers and of course more aggression. And it is going to corner the government and is going to ask the government some very difficult questions.
The day began with face-off over the appointment of 7th-term MP Mr Mamata as the pro tem speaker. The government calling it convention and the opposition saying that they would not support the new pro tem speaker.
I am 8th time MP. I am the senior most MP in the 18th Lok Sabha. Naturally, the pro tem speaker will be come to me, but unfortunately, BJP was not given to that opportunity.
जो issue नहीं है, उसको issue के रूप में चर्चा भी नहीं करना चाहिए.
Much before the House debates the NEET issue, we saw a glimpse of an aggressive opposition, chanting slogans when Union Education Minister walked towards the Lok Sabha podium for his oath as an MP.
आप पेपर लीक जानबूझकर करा रहे हो जिससे नौजवानों को नौकरी और उनका आरक्षण उनको न मिल जाए.
It's very clear today that this examination is not a fair and just examination, and we've been saying that we do not want it and Tamil Nadu has to be exempted from it, and now the whole country is saying the same thing.
मैं समझता हूँ ये बहुत ही बड़ा सख्त जुल्म है उन बच्चों पे. क्वालिफाई किया पढ़कर, कोई अखबार पेपर खरीदा नहीं.
The inaugural special session comes at a time when students are up in arms against the irregularities being faced by India's premier examinations. Clearly, the stage is set for the government and the opposition to clash over a string of issues. With Vasudha Venugopal, this is Maria Shakil in New Delhi.
Well, joining us now, Dr. Kalanidhi Veeraswamy of the DMK. He's a Lok Sabha MP. Salman Soz of the Congress. Shazia Ilmi of the BJP. Krishna Hegde of the Shiv Sena Shinde. Thank you all very much for being with us. Salman, let me come to you first. The Prime Minister quite clearly on the offensive today, saying that tomorrow marks 50 years of the black spot on India's democracy, talking about the emergency. It's one interpretation, it seems, of an emergency versus what the opposition says is a reality in this country now. Do you believe that this session of Parliament is going to be extremely heated, extremely aggressive?
Vishnu, I hope this Parliament session is going to be constructive. But, you said that the Prime Minister was on the offensive. Quite frankly, he was being offensive. Talking about the emergency that 50 years back, meanwhile, he was mum on the undeclared emergency in this country for the last 10 years. People in the country right now are young people in the country. They don't want to hear about what happened 50 years back. They want to understand what's going to happen with the NEET examinations. They want to ask, the people of this country want to ask Prime Minister Modi, don't talk about what happened 50 years back. Talk to us today about what is happening in a beautiful state like Manipur. What is happening today in the Indian Railways with accidents happening on a regular basis and with total mismanagement of the Indian Railways. The people of the country want to ask the Prime Minister about today, when there are floods in the country, when there's a heat wave in the country, people are dying. They want to ask him about those kinds of things. He can say whatever he wants. But we want to know what is happening today and what he plans to do about it today, tomorrow, in the weeks and months to come. Now, the Prime Minister, let me also disabuse the Prime Minister of any misconceptions he may have about the mandate from the people. The people of the country have given a very clear verdict. They've told the Prime Minister and the BJP, be humble, do not be arrogant. But the way they've started with the appointment of the pro tem speaker, despite the fact that indisputably the Congress MP from Kerala, Mr. K. Suresh, should be the pro tem speaker because he's the senior most. Anyway, but the Prime Minister coming up with this kind of an attack line, thinking that is going to phase us. Mr. Prime Minister, let me tell you, the India alliance has almost as many votes as your alliance does.
All right,
So
Salman,
please
let me get a reaction. Shazia, you heard all of that. The key point I would suggest is that he says that the Prime Minister was aggressive, arrogant perhaps, in what he said today. That he's not really referred to some of the key issues. How would you respond?
So to call somebody arrogant or to believe somebody is arrogant is completely a subjective point of view. And it's just how you look at a person. So I wouldn't like to comment on that. I think the Prime Minister was excellent very straightforward and very clear and unambiguous in what he had to say. And when we look at the emergency, we must remember that we have been through that. So something that the country has endured, been through, suffered, is more important to talk about than something that could happen, that could be a figment of somebody's imagination, and that as part of speculation of opposition, that if and when Modi ji will have power and root majority, he will change the constitution. The fact is that constitution was mangled and attacked upon by, and individual liberties were seized when emergency happened. And we must remember the past, and we must tell everybody about the ignominious past of the Congress party. As for the matter of pro tem speaker, it is so unfortunate that today, when it was the first day, it's an auspicious day, when everybody should have congratulated each other in a spirit of bonhomie, what happened? What happened was that even it began with protests. Such a shame. Why? Because of the pro tem speaker. Now, let me remind Salman ji that for the, in 2004, Atal Bihari Vajpayee was far more senior. So was George Fernandez, who'd won at least 8 times. But who was chosen by the Congress party? Vikhe Bhai Patil was chosen. Why? Because Congress felt like doing so. The same thing happened in 77 too. And even now, when you look at the 8-time MP, Mr. Suresh, he actually lost 2 elections in the middle, whereas Bharatuhari Mehtab has actually won all 7 elections consecutively. So there is no logic, no precedent, so to speak, about this. But it is being made an issue. Why? Because you have to make it an issue. So it is a sad state of affairs that despite being a strong opposition, you come across as such weaklings and also as such negative people who don't have anything positive to contribute on the first day when India watches you and says, oh my God, what kind of opposition
Okay, all right,
do we
Shazia,
have?
I get the point you're making.
Discussing matters or need and
Right.
all that you're talking about.
No, but perhaps needs to be addressed. Let's see if it does come up in the next few days. Dr. Veeraswamy, the point that's been mentioned, I think this was the Prime Minister who said this. In fact, it was. He said, and I quote, India needs a responsible opposition. People want substance and not slogans. They want debate, diligence, not drama and disturbance in Parliament. The expectation almost is, or the sense almost is, with the numbers that the opposition now has, that this session of Parliament is going to be, like so many others, almost a washout by protests and no real chance for governance. That's the worry.
Greetings to everyone. See, the thing is, it is surprising that the Prime Minister, after 10 years of rule, he is coming now and talking about an opposition which has to be constructive. What was he doing in the last 10 years? See, this is what we were trying to question. And it is not us alone. Even the Supreme Court Chief Justice, the former Supreme Court Chief Justice, Mr. Revannas, had said that the government has passed so many bills without proper inadequate debate. And this has caused a lot of confusions for the judiciary to interpret these laws. So, and there are several instances where the government has passed a bill and then has either withdrawn it or within 2 years has asked for an amendment to be made in that. All this is a sign that the present government has not taken the opposition into consideration. When we were the opposition, like for the last 10 years, we have always been suggesting things which were constructive for this government. And there are several bills on which where there were no great issues, where all the opposition parties have unanimously accepted and voted on a bill. It is not just because that we are an opposition party that we oppose each and every bill. So if you look at the statistics, in the last 5 years, the number of debates which have been happening, they say that more than 50% of the bills have been passed with less than 1 hour of debate. And earlier, the number of bills which were sent to the standing committee, where an exhaustive debate can happen, has come down, where only about 16% of the bills were referred to the standing committee. Earlier, the statistics used to be above 50%, 60% or even 68%. So this government has been treating the opposition. We are the voice of the people. When do we raise our voice? When we brought in an Agni scheme, the students were protesting and fighting. When you brought in the farm bills, the farmers were protesting and striking. And when there was a Manipur issue, that is when the opposition was raising its voice. We are talking for the people, but the Prime Minister, even in the Manipur issue, we needed to bring a no confidence motion for the PM even to speak out. And even then, neither did he give confidence, nor did he give a word of comfort for the people.
But Dr. Veeraswamy, that's now a separate reality, right? So you would like perhaps the Prime Minister or the BJP to be more responsive to the issues that you raise. You're talking about the past, but let's focus on the present. And Krishna Hegde, the question that the opposition is asking is that, look, we do have a crisis as far as exams in this country are concerned. It is without dispute. There was this horrific train accident, and it's not the first one. We've seen another one a couple of months back. Violence in Manipur, that's the third issue, right? So even though it is the first day of Parliament, given the importance of these issues, the fact that you had, 20 lakh odd students, getting set for these exams, or they've taken the exams and then, their future is uncertain, why shouldn't the Prime Minister address these questions?
Of course, Vishnu, the Prime Minister and the government will address all the issues what they're talking about. But can they assure the people of our country that that the opposition will let the Parliament run? Because the record says that for the last 10 years, they have not let the Parliament run and address the issues of the people. So why is the Parliament there for? The Parliament is there to address the issues of the people. But provided the opposition helps us to run the Parliament in a proper decorum. Secondly, let me tell you, the NEET examination, the needle of suspicion has gone to Bihar. And whom in Bihar? The PS of the former deputy CM of Bihar is supposed to be involved in this malpractice. And of course, there will be action taken against them. Also, Salman should know that the pro tem speaker, the appointment of a pro tem speaker is the prerogative of the government and not of the opposition. So the BJP can appoint their pro tem speaker. So I don't think there is any lacuna in that. I think they should first study the rules of the Parliament and then come forward and address it. Because I think Salman's family themselves were lawmakers and they should be aware of this. So let me also tell you that the government is positive. The government wants to address all issues of the people, and the opposition should play a constructive role. Secondly, look at Rahul Gandhi. He was waving, and the opposition leaders were waving the copy of the Constitution. So till now, has anyone challenged the preamble of the Constitution? Is the Constitution under threat? You are running a false narrative across the country. The Prime Minister was the Chief Minister of Gujarat for 13 years. He did nothing to challenge the Constitution. He was and is still the Prime Minister, and last 10 years he was the Prime Minister. There have hardly been any amendments. Most of the amendments in the Constitution have been brought across in the Congress rule. So why are you blaming Modi ji? So I must tell you that if you want the people of our country to have proper development, I think the Congress and the opposition should also play a constructive role instead of just obstructing the proceedings in the Parliament. And I think that even during, when one of the ministers was taking the oath, there was slogan shouting. It's such a shame that when a minister is taking the oath, people from the opposition benches are shouting slogans. I think this is just not done, and this is not in the right spirit of democracy.
Right. Salman, would you like to respond to that? Why on day one would the opposition start going on and on when the government has not said that they will not refer to Manipur? They've not said they won't refer to NEET. They've not said that they won't refer to inflation or price rise, some of the other issues that you've raised. It's the first day of Parliament. Why be aggressive in this manner? Why the slogan shouting?
Vishnu, let me just say this. The people of the country have sent us to Parliament to represent them, not on the second day of Parliament, not on the third day of Parliament, from day one till the end of this Parliament. So we are going to do exactly that. Now, as our colleague from Shiv Sena says, what has Mr. Modi done in the past? He has done nothing that would suggest that he is against the Constitution. Of course, he has to say that he belongs to the alliance. That's okay. But I think people around the country know the way the institutions of this country have been totally subverted and basically made into frontal organizations of the BJP. That is what is dangerous for this country. And by the way, let us not forget that the BJP passed a Citizenship Amendment Act that basically creates religion as a divisive tool for citizenship. Let us not forget that my own state, J&K, was dismantled by this government without any debate in Parliament. Now, let me also tell you, and tell the people of the country and tell the BJP and the Prime Minister, this is no longer going to stand. There are major legislations that are coming up. The criminal code is coming up. We're not going to have that kind of a code that is going to hurt the people of this country. The people of this country deserve an answer on the Agniveer scheme. We need to have debates on that because the young people of this country deserve better.
Right.
We need to have discussions on the NEET because it's not just 23, 24 kids who worked so hard to gain some degree of livelihood in their lives. That is not, it's far bigger than that. We need a discussion on that. We need to have a discussion on Manipur for 13 months, for God's sake. Those people are suffering. And what has the Prime Minister done?
All right, but Salman, I take your points, and nobody can deny the fact that there needs to be this discussion. Let that happen, and be critical when it doesn't. But half a second.
No, Vishnu, just a second. I'm just saying, in the past, they got away without any kind of debate because they steamrolled.
Well, now you do have the chance for a debate.
It is not going to happen
you
anymore.
have the numbers on your. You have the
anymore.
numbers more substantial than in the past. Shazia, all right, 1 second. Shazia, last word to you before I wrap this up. Yeah, go ahead.
No, Vishnu, I really need to say a few things. First of all, I'd like to ask the gentleman from DMK as to what he wants to do and whether he wants to have a discussion in the parliament on the 59 deaths in a Dalit colony, and as to what he has to say about it and how apologetic he should be at this point of time, and also how much he must explain as to how incompetent his government has been. As for Salman Soz, I would like to tell a few things. He spoke in riddles because he doesn't know what to say, because there is nothing concrete there when it comes to our constitution and whether and who has been playing around with it. We all know what Indira Gandhi did when it came to the preamble, which is part of the basic structure of the constitution. We all know how 50 times the different elected governments were toppled during Indira Gandhi's time. We also know how 75 times the Congress party amended the constitution. We also talk about and will talk about tomorrow, the day of the emergency, 49th year, 50th in running, as to what they did and how they mangled the spirit of the constitution. So those are the things that have happened, as opposed to what they are dreaming of or what they are thinking and what they're scaring people about that BJP will do, but BJP has not done. So there are things that have happened. There are things which they think might happen. We are not like the Congress party. We respect the constitution. As far as CA is concerned, Salman perhaps does not know that it was Mahatma Gandhi's idea. It was reiterated many times by our leaders, because it was not a choice for the Hindus.
All right, Shazia, I get your point. Salman, I can give you 30 seconds, and Dr. Veeraswamy, I know you want to speak.
It's very important.
Vishnu, I just want to say one thing to Shazia.
Half a second. Just finish your point, Shazia. Go ahead. I will give everybody equal time. Rest assured.
The lily-livered nature of these people, that it could not be abrogated. So I'm very glad and proud of my party for having taken these strong decisions and having believed in constitution, as opposed to these parties who've only hurt the spirit of the constitution time and time again.
Okay, Salman and then Dr. Veeraswamy. Yes, Salman, go ahead. I'm running out of time, so 1 minute each. Go ahead.
Very limited.
1 minute.
Very limited point to make, Vishnu. Shazia should know, and BJP should know, and the Prime Minister should know. In fact, the Prime Minister should be told, somebody should tell him that people are sick and tired of his boring speeches. Basically, what the young people of this country want is that
they love Rahul Gandhi's speeches.
Please don't disturb.
They love the comedy of Rahul Gandhi.
I did not disturb you. Please do not disturb me. The people of this country, the young people of this country, want us to debate the NEET examinations, jobs, inflation, those kinds of things, because that's what matters to them now. They keep talking about 50 साल पहले ये हो गया, इंदिरा जी ने ये किया, गांधी जी ने ये किया. अरे भाई आज की बात करो ना, क्या कह रहे हो आप लोग? आजकल के बच्चों की बात करो, उनकी जिंदगी तबाह कर दी. You are destroying the livelihoods of our young people. You're creating a situation of hopelessness.
Okay, all right, okay. We are stuck in this one point. Dr. Veeraswamy, I think Shazia raised an important point when she said there is a liquor tragedy. 59, 60 people are dead in Tamil Nadu.
Can I respond?
Isn't it time that, you spoke about that, your party in Parliament? Why not today?
No, the liquor tragedy, we are not hiding away from it. Our Honorable Chief Minister has taken action where the collector over there has been transferred. The SP in charge and other police officials who were in charge were suspended, and a detailed inquiry by a single judge has been instituted. But I will also point out that in a place like Gujarat, where prohibition is enforced, in 2022, so many deaths happened. And how are you going to be accounting for that? And similarly, you are partnering with the person, Nitish Kumar, when in Bihar, when there was a huge tragedy and he was asked for a response, he said that those who drink will die. So I do not care about that. We are not talking about insensitive responses like that. No, madam, let me please finish. Let me please finish. Because you had your time of raising a...
Shazia, one second. Let him finish. Shazia, let him finish. Shazia, let him finish. Go ahead.
And you are talking about a Prime Minister. See, we only want a Prime Minister who is going to be responsible to the people, and irrespective of what religion or community or caste they are. When you are talking about the number of deaths which happened in Godhra, we have always been raising questions where even in North India, even today, people are talking about 80-20.
All right, okay, so this has now become a bit of a free-for-all. One second, sir. Sir, let's try and stick... I mean, we're not talking about Godhra, we're talking about NEET and other issues. Mr. Hegde, are you satisfied with the response?
No, Vishnu.
That's been made
the opposition
on addressing the important issue of the alcohol tragedy. He says that things are being done in the state. He says there is no hesitation in bringing that up in the parliament. Right? Is that satisfactory as an answer?
Of course not. And the opposition, the Congress keep thinking that the people of India don't believe in Modi ji. But Modi ji keeps coming back once, twice and 3 times now. And these people are just going on. They don't have any confidence in themselves. And I feel that if they want the real issues of the people to be discussed, they should let the parliament run from tomorrow and not try to create a ruckus as they have been doing in the last 10 years. So I think they should be a constructive opposition and not do what exactly they are doing.
All right.
And let me also say that Modi ji is there to deliver for the people, and he will deliver to the people in the next coming years also to come.
All right, we'll leave it over there. We're going to take a short break up. After that, we're going to focus on an issue that does impact so many lives across the country. The UGC NET and the NEET UG examinations, which have been impacted, delayed or cancelled, affecting 24+ lakh students across the country. It is a national disgrace, no doubt. How has this happened? What do the investigations say? And what do the students who've been impacted say? They'll be joining us after this short break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Well, let's move on now to a story that affects so many across the country as investigators now spread out across India to get a full idea of the extent of the NEET exam leak. We bring you the latest from the investigations into a conspiracy that's brought untold misery to lakhs of students who've taken an exam with an eye on securing their future. What happens to them now? On this show in a little while, we'll be speaking to the victims and their families, citizens who studied, incurred expenses and lived with the sense of hope that's now been destroyed. But first, let's go across to NDTV's Radhika Ramaswamy, who joins us. In fact, before Radhika, let's go straight across to the very latest in terms of the investigations today.
The NEET probe net is widening fast. After Jharkhand's Hazaribag and Ranchi, one teacher has been nabbed in the NEET paper leak case in Latur. This is the first arrest from Maharashtra. 4 people have been booked in the state so far.
A Zilla Parishad teacher, Jalil Patan, has been arrested in Latur. In fact, the police has found some incriminating evidence, including photographs of hall tickets of candidates, suspicious WhatsApp conversations and online financial transactions. In fact, among those booked is a Delhi-based individual who is believed to be a mastermind in this case.
In Gujarat and Bihar, the CBI has officially taken over the investigation of this case. A CBI probe team is camping in Godhra in Gujarat to take the probe further. A team in Bihar's Nevada faced the ire of locals on Sunday while investigating the matter. Even as the CBI begins its investigation across multiple states, it will merge all existing FIRs into one, picking up where the state investigating agencies left off.
In the states like Bihar and Jharkhand, it is almost confirmed that question paper leak did happen, and it is being confirmed by many, while many other states still remain in denial. In an exclusive, NDTV did catch up with the principal of the school in Hazaribag, who confirmed that the question paper packaging was tampered with.
अब जो OU की टीम आई थी, उनका ये कहना था कि इस आंसर बुकलेट के यहाँ पे, ये इस साइड में कहीं से टेम्परिंग था और उसको बढ़िया से ग्लू से किसी ने पेस्ट कर दिया था, जो कि कॉमन लोगों के बस की बात नहीं है।
ये किसी प्रोफेशनल ने किया था?
हाँ, ये ऑब्वियसली किसी हाईली प्रोफेशनल ने किया होगा, क्योंकि जब हमने बताया ना, इसे उखाड़ भी नहीं सकते, ये सेल्फ एडेसिव से होता है, इसे हटा भी नहीं सकते, इसे कैंची से कट करना पड़ता है, ये प्रैक्टिस होती है। अब इस साइड किसी का ध्यान गया नहीं कि ये क्या हुआ और किस तरह से बारीकी से कट करके कुछ किया हुआ था और फिर अल्टीमेटली उसको एडेसिव से पेस्ट भी किया गया था।
Even as the probe across states got pace, protests over both the NTA mess and the NEET paper leak continued.
So right now with these delays, like for example the PG examination and with the undergraduate examination, the whole paper leak scenario, all of these students are now concerned with the delays in not just examinations but their careers, because there's a huge question mark now as to what next, whether there'll be a re-exam or whether for the PG students, when will the exam be? The dates have not been announced yet. So the students are in a limbo-like situation right now.
Bureau Report, NDTV.
Swami's been tracking the story and joins us now. Radhika, in terms of the investigations themselves and the leaks, was there one mastermind or one group which was involved, or was this in fact leaked to different parts of the country and there were different mafia which were involved in getting this paper out?
Well, at this point, this is a matter of investigation. Looks like there had been different groups. In fact, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, of course, Maharashtra police cracking its whip on the need to scam by making one arrest and booking a total of 4 people. These involve teachers, Zilla Parishad teachers from Latur, as well as another trainer from Nanded and an individual from Delhi as well who has been booked. 3 are absconding, 1 arrested. In fact, 1 more person could be arrested today itself. You know, the police say that there is a racket which were trying to lure students, of course, which were promising students that they will help in cracking the exams in return for money. There have been, incriminating evidence that have been found by the police in the phones, on the phones of the accused, including the admit card, copies of admit cards of candidates, as well as online financial transactions and WhatsApp conversation among all the accused, including this man in Delhi. Now, the man in Delhi is an important link because as far as the entire Maharashtra case is concerned, the teachers are from Latur and Nanded, and they had been in touch with this man in Delhi. Perhaps he could be the mastermind in the case, is something that the police had been telling us. Sure. He had links to not just the teachers, but also several other students from across the country. Was this man in touch with many other teachers from other centers and districts? What is the kind of money involved? Because the total amount of money that had been recovered is not being told by the police yet. Those investigations are still underway. And how long had they been conspiring this? Had they done this in the past? So all that is a matter of investigation as far as Maharashtra police is concerned. Perhaps CBI will also look into Maharashtra case. So at this point, 1 person arrested, 1 more arrest likely by tonight, and 2 more people are absconding.
Right, so it's absolutely an all-India sort of situation. Radhika, I need to move on to my discussion and my guest. Thanks so much for sharing all of those very important details with us. I'm now joined by Nimai Lamba, a NEET undergraduate aspirant who's really suffered so much. We've got Dr. Anuj Pachel, a NEET PG aspirant. Again, those exams have been postponed. We've got Abhinav Paul, a NEET undergraduate qualified student, and Shubroto Paul, his father, yes. Geeta Bhatt, the academic, Vrinda Swarup, former Education Secretary at the Government of India, and Anand Kumar, the founder of Super 30, one of the most influential people in the country when it comes to coaching centers and really guiding young students. But Abhinav, let me come to you first. You did well. Your score was very positive, and you really felt perhaps that you had a chance. Now that it's all over, as far as NEET undergraduate is concerned, what are you going to do?
First of all, thank you for helping me in the show, sir. First of all, let me give a little briefing about myself. I am Abhinav Paul. I am a student from West Bengal, and I have scored 675 out of 720 in NEET UG 2024 examination. So according to 2023 data, I was supposed to get a rank of around 1500 to 2000. But considering the normal general inflation which takes place almost every year, I was expecting a rank of around 4000 to 5000, all India rank. But on 4th June, as I got the result, I was generally shocked to see that I got an all India rank of 11,000. So the rank just, in a span of 1 year, the rank became 4 times what it was the previous year. So initially it was a big shocker, but fortunately I am in the safer zone and I will get a college in my respective state, West Bengal, if the result persists.
No, that's just awful. Geeta Bhatt, would you like to respond to that? A young student over here felt that he had a real chance at a decent future and says that it is impossible for him to have been ranked so lowly, right, potentially, based on the results which have come out. As an academic, you deal, Geeta, not just with studies and exams and teaching, but also with the well-being of students. What does one do about the well-being of that young student?
Well, Vishnuji, definitely it is a matter of concern that that the results of some of these examinations, which are very coveted examinations in the country, and lakhs of students who are sitting for these examinations, they have been affected. And it's a matter of concern both for the academic fraternity and also for the government to ensure that these types of examinations, they need to be leak proof. And for that, I think there are certain aspects that one needs to actually ponder over, I think. And first is that, to make the system leak proof, we need to look at it in terms of law. And for that, there is a Public Examination Act that has already been enforced by the government. And along with it, what are the various SOPs, standard operating procedures that need to be set for such examinations? Because apparently, as we are seeing through the investigations which are being reported, that these types of, these leaks have been actually taking place at the localized examination centers. So how is it that it is happening? That is something which needs, that course correction is definitely required. Also, Vishnuji, I want to also put forth one more aspect, and that is to look at the, how the society perceives. Because you see, those who are going out and trying to, look for loopholes and, take out the paper and perform the examination, which is not in the right way. What is the, the moral consciousness of the society to look at these examinations which are being held, and how, there are people from this society who are actually going ahead and looking for unfair means to get these question papers.
No, but Geeta ji, it also goes to show the desperate situation in our country, where just a handful of students, relatively speaking, get the opportunities that they want. The situation is so desperate when it comes to getting jobs in one of these competitive exams that people do anything. And of course, it's morally horrific, but perhaps that's also the larger story. Too few jobs, too few opportunities, too many people. But I just wanted... Yeah, go ahead, Geeta ji.
Yeah, so you see the opportunities and the aspirations of the students. Yes, definitely there is a gap between the two. We are looking at such a large number of students who want to go ahead and take medicine as a profession in their
It's not
career.
just medicine though, Geeta ji, is it? It's job creation, which in this country, despite all our efforts, right, and things have improved, is not where it needs to be.
You see, Vishnuji, the point here is that you cannot, you see, if you want to look at how the examination is to be conducted when such a large number of students is involved, there are two ways one can do it. One is that you do it through the OMR or the physical examination, and the second is doing it through a computer-based examination. So at present, this particular examination is taking place in a physical format. But in the coming year, the number is, yes, I do agree, the number is going to increase. Probably next year, larger number of students are going to sit.
But
but at the same time, for a computer-based examination, you would require a large number of infrastructure for holding. That is why it cannot be held in one day. Right? But if you want to do it, electronically, like in,
But Geeta ji, even on the entire issue of online exams, the NET exam this time, which was also impacted separately, right? As I understand it, the NET exam was an offline exam which was conducted by the CBSE till 2018. It was then taken over by the National Testing Agency. It became an online examination, right? Only to revert back to pen and paper this time around. Isn't that suspicious?
Well, you see, the point is that even one has observed that there have been occasions where there was tampering with the examinations when they were held online, So the point is that whether offline or online, if you want to, make a leak-proof system for holding these examinations, there is we do need a statutory body actually to look into this process, because if I remember in 2015 also, the medical examination, which was at that time being held by CBSE, it was cancelled by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court had made the observations that just for a few people to have a financial gain out of this deal. Lakhs of students, they have to go through this harrowing process.
No, it is unbelievable.
And then the exam was again held. It was reheld successfully.
Yeah,
but the point is that, so there are...
Ma'am, I think, Geeta ji, respectfully, I think the fact that in 2024, we as a nation are unable to ensure that leaks do not take place, it's just mind-blowing. We talk about secrecy and the protection of data in different contexts to ensure privacy at any cost, right? And we cannot prevent somebody from stealing an exam and distributing it for money in 2024. Our lifetimes have been spent reporting this story on proxy candidates, on leaked examinations, mass cheating, call it what you may. One variation of a crime or the other. And here we are once again in June 2024 talking about the same thing. I think that is the frustration that I think all of us feel. So my question therefore is to Vrinda Swarup, former Education Secretary, Government of India. Is this a law? Is this the inability of institutions to hold on to a piece of paper, put it in a safe? Do you believe that law enforcement needs to come in? Or do you believe it all has to be online because we just can't protect leaks like this from taking place?
So I think it depends on the type of exam you're holding. And there has to be a domain expertise of what they regard as the best test for the students. And testing today is a very sophisticated science. And you can do it online, you could do it in other forms. But I think these exams will increasingly move to online. And that was the original remit of the NTA also. Now, the issue is much larger than this. The issue is, why do we need to, and our experience is showing and questioning this premise over and over again, why do you need to hold such large exams where if anything goes wrong, you have more than 20 lakh, 25 lakh kids, candidates, aspirations destroyed? So there is a way that you can conduct these exams, but you need to decentralize. You need to break up these processes where very large numbers don't get roiled if there is even half a chance of some difficulty arising. So I think one of the things I'm hoping that this committee will look into is also the whole remit of the NTA and see whether this process can be decentralized, broken up, and you have much smaller numbers involved in each type of set of exams with, of course...
So the numbers of those who are potentially impacted is less, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, so
but ma'am, isn't that again, I mean, isn't that exactly a recognition of the fact that we have to split up an examination, make it smaller because we're unable to ensure a piece of paper is not stolen?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's sad. It is terribly sad. Dr. Anuj Pachel, you're a NEET postgraduate aspirant. That exam has been postponed. How does that impact, your future plans?
Yeah, so I was preparing for the NEET PG examination, and just 10 hours before getting to the actual exam at night, we were given the notification that this exam is postponed. It was a very big shocker for me. So personally, my thought is that they have postponed the examination because the sanctity of the examination was concerned. And I personally believe that if that was the actual case, then it's better to postpone the paper than to actually take it and then held the protests again. And then we are again back to the stage where we have to reconduct the paper. But like NEET PG was, like this thing has been going on for the past 3 months. It has been rescheduled thrice now. So I was very, very disheartened at the moment. But as a person who has cleared NEET UG, I would like to add a few points to the discussion over here. First of all, with respect to NEET UG, we are seeing that every year the cutoff is rising, and it is rising so dramatically. Like every year from 2018 to right now, we are seeing that 10 marks, 20 marks, etc. additional every year is required to get into a particular college. I have always personally believed, as a person who has cleared NEET UG with an All India rank of 885 in 2018, that NEET UG is an examination for elimination. It is not an examination for selection. So elimination is the main target. So I believe that somehow, okay, the papers are getting leaked and all of this is happening, but at the same time, we must also look into how the examination bodies are maybe lowering the difficulty of the exam. or maybe somehow the students are very well prepared. Because if you look at the other examinations which are happening simultaneously, like the JEE Advanced, etc., so those papers are still remained at a very high value, where you have to score a very exceptional rank to get into a particular institute, to a point where we have now been here at NEET that even if you're getting 720 marks, you might not get into AIIMS Delhi, which is one of the most prestigious institutes of the country. So I think that's my personal take on it. And second thing which I would like to add is to the people who are going out and seeking for these papers and the unfair means to get to the examination. As a person who is going to enter into MBBS, your child or your ward, it's going to be very difficult for that person, because NEET is an examination which thoroughly checks you whether you are capable enough to become a doctor in the future, whether you are able to manage your time, whether you're able to focus properly. It's a very holistic exam which checks everything. So going through MBBS, it's going to be difficult for those students who have entered the system, with unfair means, is what I want to say personally. And what is the quality of doctors that we'll be getting? Who are entering
the entire system fails if you've got people who don't deserve to be there ending up potentially as doctors. Nimai Lamba, tell us about your story. How were you impacted? What are you going to do now?
First of all, good morning, good evening to all the panelists. I am highly obliged to be in such great panel. Sir, actually it has impacted us mentally at a very high state. काफी ज़्यादा हम लोग mentally impact होते हैं जब एक बहुत अच्छा हम लोग तैयारी करके जाते हैं एग्जामिनेशन के लिए, और फिर बाद में 14 जून का रिजल्ट 4 जून को सडनली इलेक्शन के रिजल्ट्स के बीच में स्नीक इन हो जाता है. It's like really a little bit हमारी मेंटल स्टेट पे काफी ज्यादा वो चीज असर डालती है. हमको काफी एक सडननेस, like an instant cortisol rush is all over his body, which has impacted us really badly. उसके बाद the things that carried it out after that, NTA के clear answer ना देना, हमारे लिए वो ray of hope ना होना कि that will seek justice, वो चीज काफी ज्यादा हम लोगों को at children level, क्योंकि we have to understand that the people children like me are preparing for this examination. We are only 17 or 18-year-old. हम लोगों के लिए अभी इतना stress लेना is not acceptable. हम लोग इतना stress लेंगे तो it very badly affects our internal organs as well. काफी ज्यादा वो दिक्कत हुई, उसके बाद stress काफी ज्यादा हुआ, तो काफी ज्यादा खराब experience था after that 4th of June that we aspirants call that as a black day.
So are you going to take the exam again when it happens, or have you had enough?
Sir, can you please repeat? I was not able to listen.
Are you going to take the exam again if that opportunity presents itself?
Yes, sir, I would clearly I'm in a stand of re-NEET. It would be really bad or really a sudden shock for the students who are scoring really good marks. But according to me, it would be a clear call or a fair call for all the students. It has happened in 2015 that paper has been taken twice, because Supreme Court. But
okay, Nimai, just give me half a second. Let me quickly go across to Anand Kumar, founder of Super 30. Anandji, you for decades have run one of the most successful institutions to train students anywhere in the country. And you do it for students to get into a competitive examination. It is extremely difficult. Your training, your coaching is difficult. And then you prepare your students, and then something like this can happen, right? It just destroys lives. It destroys students. It's much more than an education being wasted. It's the emotional well-being of any number of people. I think that's what this is all about, right? What's ultimately messed up is not just futures, but the emotional well-being of very young people.
नहीं, आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला. अभी दरअसल में क्या होता है कि एक बच्चा नीट की तैयारी करता है और वो चाहे अच्छे घर का हो या गरीब घर का हो, अगर बेचारा निर्धन परिवार का होता तो उसके खेत बिक जाते हैं, कोटा चला जाता है, बाहर पढ़ने जाता है, कोचिंग के महंगे फी देता है, घर में लोग ख्वाब देखते हैं, बच्चा 10-10, 12-12, 14-14 घंटे पढ़ता है, और जब ऐसी घटनाएं घटती है तो पूरी तरह से टूट जाता है. वो सोचता है कि मेरी इसमें क्या गलती, हमारे पिताजी की जमीन बिक गई, मैंने रात दिन एक किया फिर भी रिजल्ट नहीं आया. अभी मैं डिस्कशन देख रहा था और समझ रहा था जितना तक कि लोग अभी इस बात पर बहस कर रहे हैं कि पेपर वाली परीक्षा होनी चाहिए, ऑनलाइन होनी चाहिए. तो पेन पेपर वाली ही परीक्षा होनी चाहिए. ये तो व्यवस्था की कमी और कमजोरी है कि लीक क्यों होता है। बेचारा गांव का गरीब बच्चा है जिसके पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं है, जिसके पास कंप्यूटर की फैसिलिटी नहीं है, वो तो पेन पेपर पर ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल है। तो ये हम लोग दिशा नहीं मोड़े इस बात का, डिस्कशन का दिशा को नहीं बदले कि नहीं ऑनलाइन होना चाहिए। ऑनलाइन में भी फ्रॉड हो सकता है
जरूर,
और ये दुर्भाग्य की बात है
और होता भी है। हमने तो डार्क वेब के बारे में अभी तक कुछ बातचीत की भी नहीं है।
जी जी जी, तो इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि सीबीआई की जांच हो, माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट हो, सबको मिलकर बच्चों के हित में डिसीजन लेना चाहिए, वरना बच्चों का एनडीए से और कई व्यवस्थाओं पर विश्वास उठ जाएगा। तो फिर हम सुनहले भारत की कल्पना जो कर रहे हैं कि गोल्डन इंडिया होगा, वो कैसे हो पाएगा। इसलिए हमारा आपके चैनल के माध्यम से सरकार से निवेदन है, इस पर त्वरित कार्रवाई करके जल्दी से जल्दी कुछ करके डिसीजन ऐसा लिया जाए ताकि सब बच्चे रिलैक्स महसूस करें और उनको उनके सपने न टूटे न मरे।
Final question to Shubroto Paul, Abhinav's father. Yeah. It's a huge ordeal for you. You would have spent time and money to help your son train, travel for tuitions, etc., etc. You know, it's in India. It's an entirely. It's almost always a family effort, right? Everybody puts in their effort. Was that the case for you as well?
Yeah. Good evening, sir. Good evening to all. Being his father, I have seen very closely his stress and the pressure of the study material, study and examination pressure. But he got 675 number, and we expect the government college. It is quite natural. But in front of us, we are seeing that many disputed comes in front of us, and we have faith on the government and the Honorable Supreme Court that they will find out the all disputed and remove from the merit list and republish the new merit list or rank list, and we don't want drain it because we have seen the pressure and stress of my son.
No, and that pressure and that stress is just something which is completely unacceptable. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time on this, but this is something that we'll continue to track very closely right here on NDTV. But before we leave, some important news from the Adani Group. NDTV is part of the Adani Group. The Adani Group is stronger than ever, and our best is yet to come, is what the chairperson industrialist Gautam Adani said at the annual general meeting of the Adani Enterprises shareholders. This impacts lakhs of shareholders across the country. The Adani Group chairperson also said, or he reflected on how the group fought off an attack by the foreign short seller Hindenburg last year and articulated his plans for the future. Mr. Adani highlighted the massive development projects, the Khavda Park, which is now home to the world's largest renewable energy installation, and Mumbai's Dharavi, the largest redevelopment project in the world. He spoke about record-breaking achievements in 2023, which underscored the Adani Group's alignment to national priorities, as well as the ability to execute the most complex, large-scale projects with unmatched expertise.
The headwinds that tested us became the very ones that made us even stronger. My dear shareholders, today the world stands at a crossroads. Geopolitical tensions, strained global relationships, the fight against climate change grows more challenging, and technology change disrupt the way we will live and work. In this uncertainty, the world is witnessing the rise of India. This is India's moment. We are now the force for stability, cooperation, and progress in a complex world. And it is India's macroeconomic stability and ambitious growth plans that inspire our confidence.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं,
ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
As NEET probe net spreads, first arrest has been made in Maharashtra. Accused sent to police custody till 2nd of July. Centre notifies rules under anti-paper leak law. Government mandates NRA to prepare SOPs for tests. Ahead of Maharashtra Assembly polls, senior Congress leaders write a letter to party president Mallikarjun Kharge urging the central leadership to replace Mumbai unit chief Varsha Gaikwad to strengthen the party organization in Mumbai. It's Bengal government versus centre over India-Bangladesh talks. Centre debunks Mamata's claims over talks with Bangladesh. The government sources say due consultations will be held. Trouble mounts for the Revanna family. CID gets 7-day custody of Suraj Revanna. SIT challenges HD Revanna's bail. High Court to hear plea. Prajwal Revanna's judicial custody has been extended. Top court wraps DDA over felling of trees in Delhi Ridge area. Supreme Court says such brazen acts in Delhi can't be lightly pushed aside. Supreme Court also tells DDA trees were cut on LG's orders or without permission. And Rohit Sharma scores 92, gives India a blazing start versus Australia in the virtual quarter-final of T20 World Cup. He goes past Virat Kohli to become top run scorer for India in T20s, also become the first batter to hit 200 sixes in T20 cricket. India has set Australia a target of 206 runs.
16 off the last 3 balls.
And here's our top story. As investigations spread across the country and investigators are all over the place, NEET accused arrested from Latur has been sent to police custody till 2nd of July. A 7-hour-long meeting was held between CBI EOU officials in Patna on Monday morning in connection with its investigation into the allegations of irregularities in medical entrance exam NEET UG. Meanwhile, central government has notified rules under anti-paper leak law.
The NEET probe net is widening fast. After Jharkhand's Hazaribag and Ranchi, one teacher has been nabbed in the NEET paper leak case in Latur. This is the first arrest from Maharashtra. 4 people have been booked in the state so far.
A Zilla Parishad teacher, Jalil Patan, has been arrested in Latur. In fact, the police has found some incriminating evidence, including photographs of hall tickets of candidates, suspicious WhatsApp conversations and online financial transactions. In fact, among those booked is a Delhi-based individual who is believed to be a mastermind in this case.
In Gujarat and Bihar, the CBI has officially taken over the investigation of this case. A CBI probe team is camping in Godhra in Gujarat to take the probe further. A team in Bihar's Nevada faced the ire of locals on Sunday while investigating the matter. Even as the CBI begins its investigation across multiple states, it will merge all existing FIRs into one, picking up where the state investigating agencies left off.
In the states like Bihar and Jharkhand, it is almost confirmed that question paper leak did happen, and it is being confirmed by many, while many other states still remain in denial. In an exclusive, NDTV did catch up with the principal of the school in Hazaribag, who confirmed that the question paper packaging was tampered with.
अब जो OU की टीमें थे उनका ये कहना था कि इस आंसर बुकलेट के यहाँ पे ये इस साइड में कहीं से टेम्परिंग था और उसको बढ़िया से ग्लू से किसी ने पेस्ट कर दिया था, जो कि कॉमन लोगों के बस की बात नहीं है.
ये किसी प्रोफेशनल ने किया था.
हाँ, ये ऑब्वियसली किसी हाईली प्रोफेशनल ने किया होगा, क्योंकि जब हमने बताया ना इसे उखाड़ भी नहीं सकते, ये सेल्फ एडेसिव से होता है, इसे हटा भी नहीं सकते, इसे कैंची से कट करना पड़ता है, ये प्रैक्टिस होती है. अब इस साइड किसी का ध्यान गया नहीं कि ये क्या हुआ और किस तरह से बारीकी से कट करके कुछ किया हुआ था और फिर अल्टीमेटली उसको एडेसिव से पेस्ट भी किया गया था.
Even as the probe across states got pace, protests over both the NTA mess and the NEET paper leak continued.
So right now with these delays, like for example the PG examination and with the undergraduate examination, the whole paper leak scenario, all of these students are now concerned with the delays in not just examinations but their careers, because there's a huge question mark now as to what next, whether there'll be a re-exam or whether for the PG students, when will the exam be? The dates have not been announced yet. So the students are in a limbo-like situation right now.
Bureau Report, NDTV.
Ahead of Maharashtra Assembly polls, senior Congress leaders have written a letter to party president Mallikarjun Kharge asking the central leadership to replace Mumbai unit chief Varsha Gaikwad to strengthen the party organization in Mumbai. Rajya Sabha MP and Congress Working Committee member Chandrakant Handore, former Mumbai party chiefs Janardhan Chandrukar and Bhai Jagtap, other leaders Naseem Khan, Suresh Shetty, Madhu Chavan and Charan Singh Sapra, including Zakir Ahmed, have and the Maharashtra Treasurer Amarjit Manhans has written to the party to the party leaders. My colleague Radhika joins me for more on this story. Radhika, tell us a little bit about why Varsha Gaikwad wants to be replaced and why the Mumbai unit is insistent on not having her ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly polls.
There's clear infighting and discontent within Mumbai Congress. Congress leaders from Mumbai writing to Mallikarjun Kharge saying that party organization in Mumbai needs to be strengthened ahead of the Assembly polls. In fact, 16 senior leaders of Mumbai Congress have demanded that the city unit chief Varsha Gaikwad be replaced so as to strengthen the organization. In fact, they feel that Gaikwad, who in fact won from North Central Lok Sabha constituency as an MP, will not have time to work at the organizational level and have also objected to her style of functioning over the last several months. So therefore, they have sought time from the Congress leadership to discuss how the party can be rejuvenated ahead of not just assembly elections but also ahead of Mumbai's civic polls as well. So as you mentioned, it has been written by Congress Working Committee member Rajya Sabha MP Chandrakant Handore and several other leaders also signatories in it. And they have, in fact, some of the leaders have reached Delhi to meet Mallikarjun Kharge and several other senior leaders of the Congress party. They may also be trying to meet Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal as well. So meeting related to this is expected to happen tomorrow in Delhi.